Very first time for D1NZ to run a Logitech G virtual series. VD1 is here, it is born, and it is back to history. Pukekohe Park Raceway. Exciting times. I'm joined by none other than himself, Mr. MGN. Warren Sarah, are you joining me? Can I hear you?
Yeah, a little bit technically challenged over here, Brendan. Old man problems trying to work out how to actually log in here. Kind of getting the 101 from the chat as we go. This is completely unfamiliar to me, so I'm going to learn as we go, mate. But I'm looking forward to. I'm not sure whether I'm going to see a demolition derby or like a kind of a real world simulation of an actual round or what happens. So it should be kind of exciting. And hey, there's some decent prizes on the line, right?
There is. Thanks to Logitech G, we have some decent prizes. They've come on board both with the real world series and of course the virtual series here. And for the viewers at home and the drivers, lots of drivers actually joining us. We had hundreds of entries for this competition from Australia and New Zealand drivers tonight from both countries with us. A lot of effort, a lot of time in the simulators and this fantastic track built by Donny at Bodie Motorsport. So tonight we see a whole competition just like in the real world. We've got 55 I think drivers qualifying. It's only going to be single pass for qualifying, so it is very much hard and fast. Put it down on the line and deliver what you can. All sorts of skill sets here tonight, Warren, so I'm sure we'll see a few three wheels off, and then I'm pretty sure by the time at the tail end of the competition the cream will rise to the top. So I'm excited to see what these guys bring to the table and learn more and start morphing the virtual world into the real world. And there's been a lot of talk about that this weekend through Formula Drift and their new judging system and everything going on, which we'll dive into later on.
So how does this work? Is this basically the same as the real world where there's three wise men or three wise persons somewhere overseeing this and they're just signing the usual line, angle, style, etc.? Or is there a magical robot somewhere that people can fight, or what goes on?
I wish there was a magical robot. There was a magical robot in Formula Drift this weekend, but we do have two wise men and one wise woman joining us tonight, so we're going to find out about them quite shortly. We do, just like the real world, have the virtual rundowns, the Pukekohe track rundowns, and the competition format. So if our production crew are ready behind the scenes, we could actually check out the VD1 Round 1 Pukekohe track rundown right now.
Well, here we are, one of the most notorious and fastest competition drift circuits in the world, Pukekohe Park Raceway. Welcome to round 1, the 2026 Logitech G VD1 Virtual Drift Championship Series. It's a 2.9 kilometre circuit with plenty of character. Turns 1 through to 4 is where the action will be this weekend. Initiation right in front of the main grandstands. A minimum speed requirement for the scoring this weekend. We'll see cars at around 180 kilometres an hour. This is all about commitment, with 4 scoring zones to watch out for on this layout. Time to take a virtual lap of the place now, thanks to Logitech. The lead car will take the left lane out of the Monster Energy start gate. Teams will be looking for lower diff ratios and taller gear sets to get the best wheel speed this weekend. Judges will be looking for a set and forget entry with limited corrections through the sweeper. Outside zone 1 will come in thick and fast on the right hand side, firing through to that first inside clip of the season on the left-hander. Avoiding the ripple strips is key here to score well this weekend. Inside clip 2 on the right-hander, pushing out to outside zone 2 on the left, which is where the rear wheels need to be, finishing out onto the back straight. Our judging lineup for today will see Darren Kelly, 4-time New Zealand champion, back in the hot seat, keeping a keen eye on competition alongside our grassroots drivers Joe Mulder and Leighton Fivey. Our penalties for this event have all the usual suspects. Wheels off track will be one to watch for. Straight lining the car will be a crucial one here on this fast layout, especially during transitions. Excessive left foot braking will be another big one. You can use the left foot to settle the car with little dabs, but using too much and slowing the car up will hand you a much bigger penalty over the guys who can stick it to the section at full throttle.
All right, well, there you go, Warren. So real world, into sim. It's just like Pukekohe Park Raceway, but it's virtually. And we do have royalty in the house tonight. So we have Darren Kelly, 4-time New Zealand champion, the winner actually, who was just fittingly in the Logitech G R35 at Pukekohe, joining us in the judging. We won't have comms to them tonight, but they are sitting there in the background listening. And then we have none other than race control extraordinaire, our new front of house, First Lady Jo Mulder, sitting in the judge's seat. She's actually been with you in race control at different events, Warren.
Right, so and did I hear is Leighton there as well, or was that just a lure for the grassroots drivers trying to bring the TP Boys fan club on board?
No, definitely right.
What it is?
Yeah, long-standing
right,
TP boy. Leighton is in the house. If you tune in, you can watch his live streams on TikTok. Avid drifter for over the last 10 years.
Turned influenza.
And yeah, turned influenza.
Turned influenza. So I am trying to learn this as I go, right? So thanks to everyone that's trying to give me some pointers, and thank you to Cody Lynham for giving me a visual that I really didn't need of 55 sweaty dudes in their undies playing video games on a Sunday afternoon. It's really, you really brought the party vibe to me sitting here in front of my computer wondering why on earth I subject myself to this. Because video games are definitely not my field of expertise, Brendan. However, talking endless amounts of bollocks for a long time seems to be. So you wrote me into this, along with most of the rest of your staff, which means that this must be tied to D1 somehow. Is that right? Is there some sort of prize or something?
Oh, there is indeed, mate. There's some epic prizes on the line, and you can check all of that out at Virtual D1 on D1NZ.com. You can see on screen now the qualifying order for tonight. And there's some big names actually joining us from across New Zealand and Australia. Notably, hello to Kenny Ruddle, Oversteer TV, who I was actually trying to rope him into commentary with you, Warren, but he was like, no, I'm driving. So good to see him on the driving calendar tonight. And a few other names that you can see there that may perk your interest.
Oh yeah, I saw Matua Willie's in there too, and he's been trying to teach my son for a while about the world of sim racing, so I might co-opt him in at some point. I don't know if it's easy enough just to dial someone into one of these chats, whether it's like a big Zoom call or whatever, but we'll find out as we go. I don't know what old man problems. Which box are we even looking at here?
So
I know what's happening when there's a car in front of me, so what am I looking at here?
Right now what we're looking at is obviously the qualifying rundown. We do have Chad Whitehead sitting on the line waiting to go. It's basically everybody sits in a server, 6 drivers ready to go for qualifying, and everybody else sits in Discord, which is a place where they all hang out. There's a big party chat and they're having a yarn. And our car is away, the first one online already, and that is Chad Whitehead out on track for the first driver ever for the Logitech Virtual D1 Series. So Warren, you're a pro expert commentator. How would you dissect that run?
I've got no idea what's going on, Brendan. I'm looking at 15 different boxes on my screen in front of me, and I've got no idea.
All right. So what they've got to do here is
teaching old people about video games.
Yeah. What the drivers are going to do is just like the real world. They only get 2 passes though. They only get 1 pass. So it is a do or die sort of scenario here for the drivers out on track. In the battles, you'll actually see them do a full pass all the way back around to the back of Pukekohe Park Raceway, just like the normal series, and then they'll reline up. Just like the normal series as well, in the battles, the highest qualifier will choose to whether they want to lead or chase. So very much all the rules and regulations are similar, or pretty much a book copy of D1NZ. Next driver.
We don't let people protest though, or one more time, right?
No, I deleted that one out of the rules last night. So
yeah, good. Yeah, good.
So,
that shit can bugger off.
Hey, PG-13 here. So we've got Morgan Moffat up next. He should be in the BDC Nissan Skyline from the drivers. Rakaya based. So 6 drivers up for grabs, up for qualifying at the moment. Out on screen. Now the judges are still looking for everything that, so it's a 33 actually, everything that you'd see in the normal D1NZ series. So 177 kilometers per hour entry. They want to see you on the white lines. They want to see you on this clipping point right here. Nice line there, real fluid right now from this driver. And then they want to see you exiting. No switch back here if possible, just a nice big rolling burnout like we saw at Pukekohe Park Raceway. So as we bed in there, drivers pre-season or pre-event chose which car they wanted to be in. Morgan, obviously, if it is Morgan, we actually don't have the drivers in front of us at the moment, chose to opt for the R33. So this is what we'll be seeing when we get into battles. The drivers doing the full track rundown, and epic work there from Bodie Motorsport, recreating Pukekohe Park Raceway for us, recreating the liveries, and getting into it. Next driver up should be Brent Mason from Perth, actually. So we see there it should be the 20B RX7 coming to the line. And the detail of this this track, there we go, you can hear it even down to the start line, that actual start tree you see. It comes up on the driver's screen, so hopefully we'll be able to cut to an in-car here for Brent, and you'll be able to see the visual perspective the game gives, just like real life now.
Yeah, as probably was experienced today by anyone who watched Formula Drift, Brendan, my brain is trying to adjust to new things, so I'm just trying to see if I can get one shot so that I can actually understand what's going on, because everybody in the YouTube live stream has only seen the one shot, but I've got like 15 in front of me and I can't process it in that real time. So you can keep calling what you're calling while I try and get our technical experts to sort me out to something I can actually watch.
Yeah, cool. Well, we're on board right now. Bit of a bobble there and here for the RX7, sadly, but 51 drivers ended up making it to the server tonight. Pukekohe Park Raceway, there's a 4-round series here for the Logitech G Virtual D1 Series. Some epic prizes, like you said, Logitech have come on board with, even with the Real World Series. Our winner, our champion in elect, sitting there waiting to be crowned at Bay Park, Blake Miles. He picked up a full simulator, wheel, pedals, the whole work. So some epic prizes. Next driver up now off the line should be Justin Lockerbie, as we switch to someone in the pits. You just have to bear with us as you're at home here as we get things dialed in. One thing we did opt for this round was for a viewer at home who may be tuning in for the first time, in the Assetto Corsa world, you can actually have custom setups just like you do in the real world. So you can modify everything in the car, and the amount of hours and depth that these cars have inputted into them when you're driving in the simulator, all the way down to the tuning, to the tyre wear, it's all there. So there is custom cars, and then what we have chosen to use for the first round is the VDC car pack. And the VDC car pack gives, I guess, a layer of equal playing field. The cars can't be modified outside of the realms of the VDC car pack. However, in future rounds, what you'll be able to do is submit your custom car build, and we would actually technically check that. So that's why you see only the D1 liveries on the cars this round. Next round, they'll be able to actually run their own liveries, and that's a huge part of drifting, to be able to brand yourself and personalize the car. But for this round, just to get the series away and running, we've chosen to run the VDC car pack, which can be downloaded on Assetto Corsa, and then you have the content manager. You've managed to sort your screen out there, Warren?
Yeah, I have finally. Thank you, boys. You've given me one screen and one screen only to look at, which is much more helpful. I note that Launchmaster Willie seems a little bit anatomically incorrect, just sitting on the side of the screen there. He's less muscular than normal. Looks a little bit more like Billy. Yeah,
he's kind of got a bit of a hunch there as well. But he does have a monster can sitting right next to him. And the devil in this track is amazing. If you do get a chance to actually, if you've never been on Assetto Corsa and you want to get into it, download Assetto Corsa, get Content Manager. You just got to go onto a website. The full track's there, so you download it. But the bumps, the undulation, the tyre wear, everything, Donnie has just gone down right down to the detail, and it's fantastic to see.
So, here's a stupid question. Are these cars set up so that you could change the tyres between them? Do they have different grip settings, etc.? Because this world is completely unfamiliar to me, right? So, are they set up to run differently on a GT to a, I don't know, to a Valino, to a Zecnova, to a Zestino, or whatever? Or
yeah. So, it's in the virtual world sim racing. the world is your oyster, so everything's customizable. What we've chosen with the first round of Virtual D1 is to allow the drivers to not, so if you can change tyres, for example, in the real world. Now, if you reset back to the pits in Virtual, it will reset your tyres. So what we've opted in battles is they can't. A fast way, for example, in a long track would be to reset to the pits, so you don't have to do the full loop of the track and then quickly go back out. But that resets your tyres, basically giving you a fresh set of tyres and definitely giving you an advantage in the game, just like in real life if you were to change your tyres. So there's tyre wear on, there's weather that can be turned on, so it could rain this afternoon here at Pukekohe Park Raceway, or it could be dry. Yeah, definitely damage can be turned on. We've opted to not have damage this round turned on for the battles. Tyre wear is turned on, so yeah, definitely.
So you can just crash into each other like GT2.
Oh, 100%.
Like a real old school throwback, just crash into. Well, I should enter. I reckon I'm good to enter that then, as long as I can use whoever's in front of me to brake and make it around the corner.
Well, we know what you're like with motorsport. You tend to you tend to go one way, and you tend to maybe go upside down.
Upside down. Yeah, upside down. So, is it? Yeah, the red. Well, we'd probably have to call it the Redwood Roller right off the end of the straight.
Yeah, well, that's not too soon, right? He's had a good time there. So seems to be slight technical drama going on with the camera feeds right now. Great way to start the season out.
So just so I understand this again, because games are not something that I spend a lot of time doing. The camera angles are limited by whatever effectively is produced by the game, right? It's not like one of our broadcasts where our wonderful wizards in the truck can kind of dial up whatever view we want. We can only see what is provided within the context of the game, is that right?
To a certain level, yeah. So the cameras on the track are fixed and they track the cars, but you can actually bring in more cameras, or you need to bring in more computers though for that. So there's in the boys studio right now, I think there's 10 different computers running the different aspects of the game. So for example, the light tree that you see on the start line now, that's actually a car pack. So you can actually, earlier on in testing, they were driving the light tree around the track because it's a car. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's its own computer as such. So the cameras are all within the game, and they will track to a certain degree and can be cut. However, you can also add things like drones. So we actually have an FPV drone operator sitting next door, and he's actually got his FPV toggles, like joysticks, and he will fly a drone a bit later on. So there's certain dynamics that are automated within the game, and then certain dynamics that aren't. And look, hey, I'm not an expert on it, but just from what I've learned over the last 4 months of getting involved with the game and getting involved with the sim side of it, it's definitely an interesting and cool learning curve. So many drivers now from our pro field to pro sport field all over the world use sim driving to just keep the muscle memory right, to get the tracks right, to learn things. And does it give an advantage? Yeah, I would imagine it probably does actually give a driver an edge these days.
Yeah, what was talked about in terms of FD broadcast? Were they saying Manoa was doing 10,000 laps around? Is that right? I think he was doing 10,000 laps of each circuit that he was going to as preparations. So I can see how you would use it to hone your racecraft if it is as realistic as it is talked about being. It's not something that I probably have the technical aptitude to try and buy into. So I think if you can, probably if you're skilled enough to be able to use a well set up sim rig, then jump on board and get into it, and hey, it might translate to a real car ride at some point, right?
100%. Well, that is exactly what we're here competing for this weekend. So this is, it should be Justin Lockerbie, but I am seeing actually a Corvette, namely Redwood was actually at one stage. Oh, and that, Warren, that would be what?
That's the Randall Lupihi entry. Just run it along the wall
for about 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, so that'll be a 0, right? And this is interesting, right? Because whomever this is just eliminated themselves from competition because you're only got a single qualifying pass. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think that was
a single run.
Wilson. I think they do get a 1 if they leave the line. I think it's just like D1NZ where it may not be a 0, it's a 1. Right. But, when there's 51 drivers.
But at 50 foot, 50 as we pointed out earlier, 55 dudes in their undies sitting on sim rigs somewhere. You're going to probably miss out if you 0 out, I would imagine, because the smart people are just going to bank, right? if you're good at battling, and you don't have to, as is being talked about at the moment, the damage is turned off, so you can just bank and then effectively battle your way around through, right?
Yeah. Look, in drifting, a lot of the time, you make the main show, and sometimes it's that you actually get through the battle tree by no fault of your own, but other people potentially mechanically or taking themselves out of competition. So this up on screen right now should be Luke Margetson out of Mount Maunganui. We don't get served the names at this stage on the drivers there, but pretty fluid run there. That'll be points on the board. And that, like you say, is all right now the drivers are looking for, is to make the show. However, there is only 32 spots, which means, you do have to deliver something a bit more exceptional than just points on the board.
It's an interesting question, isn't it? So how are we, if we end up with 30 drivers all tied on 50, how are we tie-breaking them?
Yeah, my apologies. That was Justin Lockerbie out on track now. The next driver up should be Luke Margetson. Just like you can check out on D1NZ.com, VD1, the rules and the rule book is pretty much carbon copy of the D1NZ rule book. What we want to do is get all these drivers into the same reality that they would face from a scrutineer, from a competitor relations officer, and the terminology that they would use into when you come into the actual real world of drifting.
Right, so don't knock over the cones and roll it off the line.
Yeah, that'd be
accelerate up through 1, 2, 3. Give it a flick, out nice and wide there, stay on the gas, stay nice and smooth. Probably wanted to be a little bit wider, or was the midline asked for? That's
same line. Midline is same as the one that we ran at Pukekohe a few months back. It's a pretty good run there.
Was that a lot faster? Yeah, that was a lot faster than we've seen from some of the other guys, or maybe it's the noise going with it as well. Yeah. Is it an RX-8?
Yeah, it was an RX-8, yeah.
Is it RX-8? Yeah.
So really smooth run there. The points on the board will be there for Luke. We'll have a quick look. Yeah, 91. So from Darren Kelly on his line. So highest score right now, 91 on his line, 80 from Leighton and Angle, and we just wait and a 90 from Joe. So 88.6. So he's the top of the leaderboard at the moment. That'll be pretty much safe. 19 people will go home tonight. Sadly, it's not chocolate fish, well, it is in a way. But as we were talking about earlier, they are actually competing for the first time ever in New Zealand or Australia, I think, for a drive in a real car. So pretty cool on that behalf.
Is the qualifying scoring running live somewhere on a Google Live that people can follow along with?
Not to the public, to you and I, yes. But we will have qualifying graphics popping up on the screen once we probably get into 10 people.
Right.
Megan Foster, our lovely marketing manager from D1NZ, is actually sitting in the background there from our broadcast team, smacking in graphics as well. Next up she'll be Connor Templeton, should be to the line at the moment. Connor is... production crew waiting for him to join. So interesting, what you see on screen right now is much like real life. You've got a certain amount of time to get to the grid. So TTI scrub box, and then once you've got 30 seconds in the scrub box and in the virtual world, same as the real world, you're allowed to scrub your tires, and then you've got to come to the line. Now if you don't make the line, basically when you're due, just like the real world, it's a zero. Everything we've done with the virtual series is to try to mimic what you'd see at D1NZ. Same rules, same regulations.
Right, so if you do turn on the rain then, like you mentioned earlier, then effectively you can tinker with the cars and the pits. Change tyre pressures, etc.
Good question. A verdict will be out on that one. I'm not going to pretend I know the answer to that one. We'll wait for someone in my ear to tell us if that's the case. We see Connor now making his way to the line up the back there. So while we wait for Connor, obviously we're a couple of weeks away, Warren, from the D1NZ Grand Finale. Pukekohe Bay Park. Go, Brendan. Who's your money on for
drop that little plug.
Is it too early?
I think it's Dave's
too early in the show? Yeah, local hero.
No, I think it's Dave's year. I think Dave's been at it for a long time. I think he's always strong at Bay Park. and I sort of can't remember ever going there in recent memory without him being in the top 4. I think, yeah, Connor's got a few more years in him, and he's also had a few more car dramas over the course of the season, so he'll be very dangerous. But yeah, I think it's Dave's year. Anyway, you go back to qualifying. You go back to calling this qualifying, Brendan.
Yeah, Nissan S13 chassis, nice little weight shift there. He's got to be on the midline. So you see the triangles there that Darren Kelly painted on the real track. Didn't hit that outer zone and kind of missed the inner clip, and that's 2 wheels off. So this is going to be a big, heavy deduction, unfortunately, for Connor. Connor in the virtual world, not Connor Halligan, who we saw actually at Supercars this weekend doing a demonstration with D1NZ. 19 drivers will go to the judges here. But pretty cutthroat. You know, we hundreds of applications, and we sort of thought, well, how are we going to vet so many applications to actually make qualifying? So the drivers had to go through and upload 3 consecutive passes to D1NZ of them drifting, and a lot of them actually did it really nicely. It was obviously at their leisure at home, but then when you actually get to the crux of it and competing here, that slight mistake is going to send you home. So a 70 from Darren online, just slightly off there. 74 from Joe, just waiting for Leighton to punch his score, but the stage it's going to be one of the lowest scores. Next one up, Lunchy, Hayden Best.
Hayden Best.
Hayden Best, the pest. No, legend
So
in the drift scene.
Well, this will be interesting, right? So it'll sort of explain whether real world car setup knowledge translates to the sim world, right? Because Hayden is definitely a guy who knows his way around both a pro sport and a pro car. So you would imagine he'd have a setup or two in mind for Pukekohe that he would think would work, and he should be able to put together a pretty solid run. He's been doing a lot of driving too, right, in the real world and in Japan, and I think at the prison as well.
Yeah, just last weekend, great stuff there from Johnny Burns and the team. I saw Alex Griffin and heaps of the TP boys go down there. I think I caked about 36 tyres in total, and Hayden was due to the line, but hasn't made it to the line, so Michael Roach is actually just going to jump ahead of Hayden there. Hopefully we'll see Hayden come. We see 4 cars staged up the back there on the TTI scrub box, so hopefully we see him come out. But yeah, great to see the prison back in action as well. Great initiative by Johnny Burns there. Seen Hayden at the likes of Full Lock Saturday as well, so he'll be one to watch when we see him out on track.
Good to see that Rhodey's tuned in online as well, just to check out some of his competition ahead of Bay Park. Rhodey looking for a big result to put an exclamation mark on his season. So roll up the line, rolling down. So he put to the. So they are allowed to go inside then out, Brendan. Sit on the midline there. Got to try and keep it on track. Nice, tidy through the inside there. Looks like this is pretty smooth so far. Got 2 and a shortcut across the inside, short, and then out to the outside there. This is very realistic, Brendan. I think I just saw a handful of ripples trip there that sent that car airborne.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier,
going to someone in the real world field.
Yeah, 100%. Saying earlier, if we actually went down to the track level, ground level of the ripple strips, a good foot off the ground, and it sends you airborne 100%. So sadly, you know, we don't get the replay there, but slightly offline, took a lot of speed out of the sweeper coming into the S's, and that pushed him wide coming in through the switch, put a wheel off, so that would potentially mark him down in the judges' eyes. And we're very fortunate to have Darren in there judging alongside the others. So Daniel Pullenberry up next. Daniel Pullenberry, obviously that name rings a bell with everybody. He pits for Darren, part of the Pullenberry family who we saw in the blue S14. Nice line here from Daniel.
A lot more steering input though. See a lot more steering input in the front wheels here just through that first section.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a banker for Daniel. It's amazing the actual feedback that you get out of the simulators. I don't know if you've sat in one, but you know, there's various simulator models. Logitech do some really great entry level right through to the pro. And when you're on lock, just like in a real car, it just, the steering and the feel, yes. It's fantastic practice for the drivers because you just feel everything through the steering wheel. And 90.
Yeah, Speed Nation put me, yeah. Was that 90, was it?
90
so
from Darren.
Q1? Yeah, provisional Q1, 90.
90, 80 from Joe in style, so maybe just not as fluid or as aggressive as she maybe wanted it to seem.
She's probably in a bad mood because her stream was a bit laggy this morning watching FD, or her coffee might have been a bit cold. We'll just need some more snacks.
Alright, so we've got Ben O'Donnell up now in the Corvette. Big switch and aggressive angle there through the Mitre 10 section.
Notable difference in the throttle applications there, Brendan. Just quite audible with the on-off and just the float through the middle part of the track there. So interesting to see how the judges score that one.
Yeah, it's definitely running it hard and fast through here to get into the battles. 95 from Darren, so huge line score for Darren Kelly for Ben O'Donnell on that one. 87 for Style, just waiting on Leighton to punch his scores, but right now Ben O'Donnell could be looking to go to provisional pole as we get straight into the next driver, Kieran Johansson. Kieran Johansson, Inglewood representing Taranaki. Yeah. Sorry, Warren.
He's got he's very much got the Taranaki hardcore throttle application, hasn't he? Just stayed in the gas hard that whole way through that run there. Very nice and smooth there.
It's like the Carl Thompson engine.
There's a whole lot of corrections.
Taranakis always born and bred a whole bunch of amazing drifters. WSR coming out of there.
So is that actually the Carl Thompson engine, is it? Or is that what it's modelled on?
It looks like a Carl Thompson engine.
It does look very much like it, so I was just curious, yeah.
And obviously more notably how they recently did a hill climb for I think it was Taranaki Carpet. And that was epic. That's what we love to see in New Zealand drifting, just people thinking outside the box. Sean Potros going out there and having to go in a few other D1NZ competitors. Be fantastic to see a towed D1NZ round in the future. So, hey, we've got a really cool hill that we could come to.
Yeah. Just because there's a lot of chat going on the side too, like not necessarily for my benefit, but quite curious to know what setups people actually run, whether it's 1 screen, 2 screens, 3, and then what sort of whether you. I saw my son Kenny is not using a handbrake. He's probably just pushing the button on his PlayStation controller or something. So. Kind of curious as to whether you do need the full setup to run this, or whether natural talent will actually overcome, and a guy with a base setup can beat someone with a 20 or 30 or 50 grand setup.
Yeah, I've commented a couple of other esports series over the years, and some of the finalists have definitely been not on a actual simulator. They've been on hand controllers, not drifting as such though. Jet Brewer on the line now, 17 years of age, out of Tasmania. Tasmania breeds them differently down there as well. Obviously, Mr. GST, Brody Mayer, they've got a real healthy.
Did that start and then stop?
Yeah.
Like roll off the line?
There was a bit of a stall off the
so
line.
What's the rule? The stalls and.
It's a good question.
So if it stalls and rolls off the line, is it a 0?
No, because there we go. He's off now. Did he leave the line? Yeah, good question.
If you roll through the start beam and the lights have gone and you go back, it's down on the lower line there, heading towards that's the old school early 2000s line. Right down on the fence there where they used to coast along the front. So probably be some deductions there, you'd imagine. It's a banker. It puts you in contention for the battles this afternoon, but it's certainly not probably right up there with those earlier 90-point runs that we saw.
Yeah, look, I'm not sure what happened at the start line with Jet, but he's definitely got skill under his belt. He's been doing VD1 Series. He won that championship. I think he actually wears the One New Zealand in the sim world. Once he got off the line, it was quite fluid. I think it was a good banking run. We'll just go to the judges. Yeah, 92 from Darren, 70 from Joe, 75. So 84.2 for Jet, 84.2. So he's definitely in the show at this stage. So they did I guess they just
So
ignored the start line.
Just confirming, this isn't floating around anywhere, right? Because there's a bit of questioning going on in terms of whether people can see scores. I think you've got visibility of it, but we don't have it available to the public at the moment, do we?
No, we don't. No, not unless that's been shared somewhere that I'm not aware of. But right now, we're just the voices
Maybe
tonight,
we can.
which is quite.
Well, why don't we see if our wonderful techs can come up with a totem or something?
Yeah.
They might be able to punch a totem in somewhere on the side of the screen, which will show that, so that we can keep entertained without having to listen to me just be confused by everything that's going on.
Just ask Megan if she's got the qualifying sheet. Now, I'm really excited about the next run. Now,
the other way that we could possibly do it, just because I saw someone to just put this up on the Oversteer TV page, is possibly one of our admins, if they've got time, could maybe just jump into the comments and throw the scores up as a comment as people go through if we don't have the ability to do it.
Yeah, so you'll see the light there, the VD1 little light tower. So that actually counts the drivers down, and when the green light, they're meant to go when it goes green, not when it goes out. Now, I'm not sure of that. I think there's just a bit of difference there of the, it's a new round. We didn't do a driver's briefing as such, like when you stand around pre the event to let everyone know. So there it went green and then it goes out. So when it goes green, I think that was when they're meant to go. Now, the person in this car right now, one of Whangarei's finest, should be Mr. none other than himself, the animal, Liam Burke.
Liam Burke, funnily enough, Brendan, just as a story, is the only one of the DKs that I had actually never commentated up until the Drift GP.
Right, yeah. Pukekohe Park Raceway.
Yeah, all of the series, Pukekohe Park. It's good to see Liam back out there, and obviously the team from L Branch. And I have heard that he is very much an animal behind the wheel of one of these sim vehicles as well as a real-life vehicle. You can so that's really interesting there. Just straight away, that's the actual line that he would have taken in his real car, but then that's straightened up hugely through the centre section there. So maybe some front grip up there or something. Do the cars grip up like a real car does?
Question. Maybe we'll ask our YouTube fans out there tuning in. There's quite a few different people there chiming in.
Oh,
so
yes, lots of people. Yeah, this is good. I'm learning as I go. I realise it probably is frustrating some of you, but look, I don't know what I don't know, and there's other people tuned in as well, being as this is part of the VD1 series who also don't know these things. So hopefully it's educational for everybody, and if you know, then hey, share your knowledge.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So yes, they do. Yeah. So they grip up through the middle there. So yeah, interesting. We don't show the replay obviously, but yeah, I thought Liam kind of had a big initial angle and really fast initiation, but then really flat through the centre section, which we sort of talked about Wally earlier, and that system penalises people quite heavily for that lack of angle.
Yeah, it's almost like that huge speed like he does in real life, and he had huge angle, and it just scrubbed too much of that speed off to carry through into the S's. And we'll go to the judges' score sheets here and see actually how we went, and 84, 67 and a 68, so low numbers for Liam Burke, sadly. Next up, Josh Leakey.
So I do like the clunks and the bangs, so it is like very, very real world audio, right? It's almost is that car I was just thinking there, that car almost sounds like it's modelled a little bit on the old Zach Pole R33.
Oh, that was I remember that really well. The white 33.
Just the clunks, the clunks and the bangs. And
before it was just Dean White, famous YouTube video from Pukekohe, he actually had just a cult following. The guy was a mad scientist behind the wheel, and people loved it. People loved the RV. People loved following his journeys.
Sorry, I've just been sent a video of somebody on a jet ski towing a foil surfer into the Mangawhai Heads beach out of the cyclone.
Yeah.
Just because people are not smart and should be at home playing video games or whatever, and they're out trying to kill themselves. Well done. At least you guys are all here with us.
So just looping back to the tyre wear, so they will actually wear the tyres out. If it was 2 laps, they'd be cooked. They'd get only 2 laps to the set of tyres, and everything.
Actually, yeah, it's quite interesting because our champion in waiting for the Pro Sport class, Blake Miles, has tuned in. And he's just sending me a few little pointers offline as well. So I wasn't aware that Blake was immersed in the sim world, but if you've watched any of his driving, then that would probably also indicate many laps of practice. So maybe there's a secret that's just been uncovered there in terms of Blake might be at home, maybe practicing at the same time for Bay Park, looking to try and break Luke Fink's overall points scoring record at Bay Park.
Another driver that's been involved in D1NZ in the past. I'm just watching the live sheets here, so I'm not 100% that this is, but it looks like John O'Gorman now on the line.
Oh, John OG.
The white S15 and
Link ECU's 15. Yeah, he's John OG. I do knows his way around the sim. He's probably one of the few people that I saw through the OCE series that does know his way around this and has won a number of events.
Yeah, really fluid through the first part of the section there. Just scrubbed a bit of speed off and
lost a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, lost the momentum coming through to the Martin corner, or what it used to be known as Castrol corner. Yeah, definitely one known within the drifting community. He's done a lot down at Mary as well. It's great to see him still involved in the sport. 91 on the line from Darren Kelly there, which is big score. Probably the third highest for the day, or fourth equal highest. 90 from Joe Mulder in his style, so loving that, and waiting for Leighton to punch.
That'll be Q1. Be pretty close. I think so.
79. Right now, Kieran Johansson is sitting, by the looks of it, at 91. Kieran Johansson, I think, is the man behind VD1 the eSport series. Really nice guy, off to help with this series as well. So yeah, right now we've got Kieran Johansson sitting in P1 as we wait for Isaac Carroll to come to the line. And then your mate from the south, he's been very actively involved behind many teams over the years, Mr. Dante Kake.
Yeah, say it from the chest, Dante Kake.
Kake.
Gotta say it from the chest, Kake. Otherwise he'll complain.
It's actually going to be bringing the activation car, the RTR Mustang, down to Bay Park earlier in the week, and we've got a lot of lots of school visits.
John O'Gorman has owned every Sylvia in West Auckland at some stage. I do love live chats. They're a lot of fun.
I missed that today with FDA, like that community feel. It's moved. You just couldn't watch the chat.
What else have we got here? Oh yeah, Blake Miles may be the king, but he needs to go and cook Mickey's dinner. Today is not a day to touch the grass.
Alright, Isaac Carroll. Christchurch. Should be in the A90 GR Supra.
Very different
Swarm
sound,
Series VDC. He's had some strong placings, this young man. So let's see some big things here coming into the sweeper. Not a big weight shift to the right here, but big angle, scrubs a bit off, way off the line. The judges want to see on the sweeper, but dials it back in right now. Fluid hits that inner apex, the only one of the series so far. Outer zone hits it as well, comes out, crosses the line quite nicely. So a bit of probably point deductions coming off the sweeper, but this man is one
that's pretty solid. Yeah, look pretty smooth. Used a bit of left foot brake there too, just to settle the karting, so the little puff of smoke come off the front of the car. So clearly somebody who knows what they're doing and has a pretty well set up package under their right foot at the moment.
Yeah, it's actually like
shout out to Bodie Motorsport as well. Just yeah, when am I entering, Darren? Darren, me entering would go the same way as me doing speedway. It'd be straight off the end of the straight and upside down. So I'm entering when you're broke. That'll be the one.
I've always thought a gentleman's class. What do they call it when you get old and you play golf? This class.
GT like Masters.
We've
been trying Masters. We've been trying to do that. We've been trying to get the Masters off the ground, right? So Ross McEwen.
Yeah.
Seaton.
Yeah. Rex Davies.
And Rex Davey.
Yeah.
Ken Templeman.
Yeah.
Just trying to think who else was in there. No, the last time I drove a drift car was Jake Hakarai's car a very long time ago, and that guy has a history of dodgy vehicles and stitching people up. We all remember when he tried to deep fry Jake Jones.
Oh God, it was like a Ricky Bobby moment. But yeah,
So yes,
just looping back.
Could you put? Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome not having you sitting next to me, because then I just don't
know
when you're actually going to talk or not. So anyway, the joys of doing things remote. It is actually quite cool to have everybody, when there's a cyclone out and about, and hopefully everybody's staying safe, to be able to pull together remotely and pull this one off. But sorry to cut over you. I was just saying, Bodie Motorsports.
Golden Oldies. There it is, Rhodey. Oh, Rhodey. Okay, so Rhodey wants to enter as well, because Rhodey is definitely qualified. So is Justin. They're both masters. We could bring back Bruce Tannock as well.
Oh, here we go. Dante. How do you say it from the chest?
Kake.
So Dante obviously is being very instrumental in the FTC program this year and last year, alongside his partner Mahino, Whangare's finest. Hopefully, Drift Corp will watch this run and induct him as their first esport driver for Whangare. Great to see Drift Corp alive and well, with the likes of Trent flying the flag.
Yeah. I do know for a fact that Gaz can't do this. He is terrible on a sim. And he was also sick when he tried to play using Connor's VR headset. So Dante to the inside, like transfer out to the outside. Ooh.
Oh, Dante, where are you going, mate?
Ugly.
Oh, and he's
Clearly
off.
better. You can't dig a honey pit there.
Oh, mate, you did so well in the qualifying videos as well. I don't think that's going to convince Fanger to give him a go in the activation car, sadly.
No, he will not. No, he's not going to be driving the Mustang anytime soon. Clearly better at driving a camera than he is a car.
I can just see Mahino's face right now, sitting next to him. Oh, wow.
Probably a backhand to the back of the head. What are you doing, embarrassing us on live stream?
Look,
Billy's still sitting, doing a great job too, by the way, on the start-finish line.
There is always round 2 of the virtual D1 series as well.
Yeah. So can you just take it? Oh, we'll just go through this run and then talk us through that prize again, because I am sort of intrigued as to what these guys are actually competing for. Well, that's another 0 probably in a straighten up, because I don't think that's going to stay on the track. Digging trenches everywhere.
Great work here from Benji on the FPV drone. So the young boys from Rebel Broadcast, who do the D1NZ broadcasting, are actually also in the next room flying their drones, and have decided to do this.
So that one will be under the D1 rules, right? That's 1 reel off one side and then 2 off the other side, so that's 3, so that's a 0.
Pretty much, unfortunately, for Matt Howe. That's same as Dante. Dante, we will see you at round 2 of the virtual. Well, we'll see you in a couple of weeks, actually. But round
apparently you're too quiet, Brendan. You need to turn your mic up. People can't hear you properly. That'll be the only time ever people have wanted to hear more from Brendan.
Thank you, Warren. Yeah, I'm not a professional shipwalker like yourself, but it's all good.
So can people who didn't qualify on time? Yes, you can definitely enter the next round, right? Like, it wasn't a serious thing. This was just a apply, right? There was literally thousands of people who submitted a video to be selected for these 55, wasn't there? Is that right?
there was literally hundreds and hundreds of submissions for the first one, the first Logitech G Virtual D1 Series, which was open to Australia, New Zealand and Asia. And we had to obviously bring that down. So they then submitted videos, and then from there we chose the 51 competitors that are here tonight. Now we will be bringing some of these competitors through to round 2, so there'll be wild cards for round 2, and that detail will come on our website before Bay Park. So round 2 of the virtual D1 series will be the 17th of May, and that'll be back at Teretonga Park. So we're using the tracks that we actually drifted this year, that were built and made in our virtual track rundowns by Donnie and the team at Bodie Motorsport.
Right. Okay. So repeat the prize for me again. Why are we watching these guys?
Yeah, right. So Logitech have kindly given up some pretty epic Logitech prizes: headsets, mouses, keyboards, all the goods from Logi, and then also through the real world, they've got steering wheels, pedals, the whole works. Next driver up is Ryan Cooper, out on track now in the A90 Supra. Great entry there from Ryan Cooper. Nice and fluid, big angle. Does he get out to the outside clip? He does. Nice outer zone, hits the inner one. Look at that rumble strip. Fluid here from Ryan Cooper. He's just got to probably finish this run and he'll probably be in the top 32 from that.
That Supra looks like it's a much more predictable car to drive than some of the others. Just the drivers I've seen use it. I mean, I don't know how much you tinker with the setup from the car pack you were talking about, but it looks like it's a lot more predictable and doesn't get as stabby and kind of, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to put it because I don't know game vernacular.
Yeah, the terminology for Assetto Corsa Virtual. I don't want to repeat what he said in his entry form, but yeah, great run by Ryan Cooper. Points on the board and in the show, 88 points, so top end of the field at the moment. Gandhi May out on track at the moment. Warren, you said what are all these guys competing for after this run?
Yeah.
I'll just let you know the main prize, but I'll let you call this one.
Alrighty, so S14 comes off the line, a little bit of a Jordan Joyce kind of vibe goes in, transfers the way, it's gone down to the inside, floats back up the track, sort of going in and out of the line, prescribes the judges will be marking the driver down for that. Zones 3, 4, out through. It's going to be a nice banker, but it's just going to be untidy and some deductions there just for the wavering over the track, just like you'd see in the real world, Brendan. And I've got no idea who it was because I missed the name.
Yeah, so it's Gandhi. He's actually from Geelong in Australia at the moment competing, so interesting to know that.
We've got a lot of Australians.
Yeah, man.
As part of this.
Quite a few Australians have come through for this one. So Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah. Okay. What have we got here? The Supra is a lot more stable to drive. Okay, so I was kind of right on that. Okay.
Yep. So 86 from Darren Kelly on that one for his line. So not the biggest score. 74 from Joe Mulder on his style and 72. 80 points. Wondering if we're going to be able to get a totem pole, a graphics totem pole up to show it soon. However,
go next door and kick the broadcast boys and tell them to put a totem on, because all everyone's asking for is what everyone's scores are because there's so many guys competing. I do like the fact that there's actually qualifying with consequences today.
Yeah, director just saying in my ear, no scores currently for the graphics live.
No scores? Oh, that's...
where's
everything going into?
It's going into a Google
put
sheet.
In somewhere? Going into a Google sheet somewhere? Is that something I can have access to?
Yeah, so there should be Anton out of Invercargill, 20 years of age. Great to be down at Invercargill again after so long for D1NZ for rounds 1 and 2. And he is in the whale of the thing. It's the R33. Quite a good looking R33, big shift to the right there. Scrubs off the speed.
There's that telltale big turbo RB noise. Carried angle for a long time, bit of a late transition, means he's missed that zone there. Yeah, it's just once he's lost his momentum, he's missed a couple of zones there, and that'll be deductions from our judges there for not filling up the zones. It'll be a banker, but it probably won't put him within sort of that top 10 drivers where things usually get a little bit easier for you.
Yeah, the sweeper is where you win it or you bin it for the for drifting. 77.4 for Anton on that run.
Just like real life. Just like real life at
real life,
Pukekohe.
pretty much. You don't get the sweeper right, the rest of the run's cooked, sadly, for Pukekohe. Really fantastic effort by all the team. Spent pretty much 2 months there building that track back up and then dismantling and then sending it to Gisborne. But really, I think I tip the hat to all of the D1NZ team that we got to go back here and be the last event for drifting and actually have another stab at it. It was really cool, very symbiotic moment and pivotal for us in D1NZ. Leon Smith up next on the line. Sydney, Australia.
Yep. Try and get this Google sheet.
So expect big things if this guy's done a lot of competition drifting in the simulator world. Big initiation there. He's on the line. The judges want to see. There's the triangles. He's got to have a nice switch through here. Angle it in. Off the inner clips, sadly, there. Gets the second inner clip. Just got to finish the section out now. It's not going to be a high banking run, but it will be points on the board. Will it be enough to sit above that bubble? He's competed in quite a bit. ASDC, he's Team Swarm, he's done VD1 Fuzzy Demons, all sorts of pop-up comps as well. So hopefully a strong finish for Leon.
All right, so Kieran Johansson still provisional Q1, and then we've got 3 or 4 drivers all sitting on 88.99, which includes Ben O'Donnell, John O'Gorman, Leon Smith on 85. Oh, it hasn't locked in properly yet. All right, I'll see if I can do this fast enough. Chad Whitehead, 77. Morgan Moffat, 78.2. Brent Mason, 83.2. Justin Lockerbie, 82.6. Ethan Wilson, 1. Luke Margetson, 88.6. Connor Templeton, 70.8. Hayden Best, no score. Michael Roach, 71.6. Daniel Pullenberry, 85.4. Ben O'Donnell, 89.6. Kieran Johansson, 91. Jeff Brewer, 84.2. Liam Burke has not tallied yet, but will be in the mid-70s. Josh Leckie, 81.6. Harlem not locked in yet. I'll come back to it after this run. Brendan, call this one through and I'll go to the table.
Yeah, sweet. Sorry, you caught me off guard there as I was talking to the production team. Outside line there, that's where the judges want to see now. They want a mid-line through here, onto the triangles, out to the outside clip. Pretty good there. Bit of a dirt drop, hits the inner clips nicely. Bit messy, not as fluid as we'd want to see this. The last part of this track though, nicely done. Rolling burnout to finish. And that was Cameron Bonham.
John Hawthorne.
Yeah. So Darren actually really liked that one. He scored a 90 on the line on that one. 87 from, they're quick today. Quicker than the usual judges. 87 for Joe and 70 from Leighton.
Yeah, I would like to point out that Darren is clearly having a good afternoon and Leighton seems to be pissed off at everyone. The line judge the angle judge is the killer of everyone today.
So John, 44 out of Melbourne, Australia in the Mazda RX-8 midline for John here. Not as big of angle we would want to see on the outside box there. Nearly gets to both clips on the inner clips and finishes the run. Nothing exceptional there.
I like the fact the RX-8 is audibly on throttle though. You can hear it through the whole run. I think some of the other runs are a bit lazy, like they kind of sound like the big long throttle strokes and you can hear the drivers playing with the throttle. Right, so just try and update you. So John O'Gorman was 88.4, Isaac Carroll 83.4, Dante with a 1, Matt Howell with a 1, Ryan Cooper 88, Gandhi May 80.8, Anton Ballantyne 77.4, Leon Smith 85, Cameron Bonham 85.4, and John Hawthorne 85.6. So it is still Kieran Johansson with a 91 is your provisional Q1 at the moment.
Nice. Jake Pera out on track at the moment. No information in the sheets on Jake. Nice hit on the inner clips there. Big angle coming out of the section. Unfortunately, that just scrubs his speed off and doesn't allow him to get to that last outside zone. Really hard and fast here for the first round of the Logitech G Virtual D1 Series. Cranking through them. 51 drivers starting. 85 from the line judge on that one. 73 though for style, so she liked the style on that one. And Leighton still to punch a score. So while we're in the TTI scrub box, Warren, the prize, so for the first time ever, we are the series is going to be putting together a car for the winner of the Logitech G Virtual D1 Series to have a go in real life. So following the journey through the whole series and their journey as a competitor, and then them getting out in the car for their first time at a track day to actually following them through the competition journey as well. So it's a pretty exciting experiment to follow through.
Are we filming it as like a little Netflix documentary, like the GT movie or something? But probably on a much lower budget. It'll be like one handy cam, one handy cam and a bunch of unpaid extras. I do like the rolling. Oh, is this a big old JZX chaser?
It is JZX 100 with Angelo out of Christchurch.
That is a very Christchurch thing to do, right? They were very deep into their big body cars down there. As my great mate Mozzie used to say, 4 doors for more whores. Sorry, Commodores. Did I say that out loud? Does that get us shut down? I don't know.
Yeah, well, look, all Angelo wanted to do was for us to give a shout out to his wife, Courtney. So, hello, Courtney, and Autographic Installer Services. and he loves lambs. That's all he basically said in his whole application.
Did
I
you
love
say
lamb.
lambs or lamb? Oh, I thought you said lambs.
South Island thing, you'd think
That was,
lambs.
that was going to be a very South Island joke, right? But, that's right.
So Angelo, 88 on his line, 93. Obviously, Joe likes the big G, but 74 for, so 86.2 in total for Angelo. So as we boil down, we'll after the qualifying order, we will then take a short break and we'll get into the top 32 battles. So Bailey Hanari out of Pukekohe now. He was actually at Pukekohe up in his corporate box.
Was he?
Yeah.
Was he still responsible for anything that goes wrong on Blake Miles's car? That's what I got told once. That it was generally Bailey's fault. Yeah. Anything breaks or falls off Blake's car, 100% Bailey's fault.
Yeah, Tekawata, sorry.
Hello, Keegan. Sorry, mate. Sorry, it's a Mark II. I should not have called it that. Apparently, I used the wrong vernacular again.
Yeah. So basically, Bailey said, "Look, all of my time went into Blake Miles's car, our champion in waiting."
Retired or just tired?
Well, hopefully.
Retired or just tired?
Here we go. Green light's gone.
Blake should be cooking Mickey's dinner, not commenting in the chat box. Get back to work.
There we go. Green light. What's Bailey got? Hometown track in the BMW. Rolls down the front straight to the opposite side of the track. Good initiation here. Good angle. He's on the midline. The judges want to see. He's just going to bring it now over to the... nice rear hand clip there. Gets the inner clip. Switches on through. This is fluid. It's a good run here from Bailey on the outside edge there. Not as wide as we want to see on the exit, but still solid run.
Feels like the lines have just been quite harsh on anyone who hasn't really got right out to the edge of the track. Right on that sweeper.
93 for that one from Darren Kelly. So that's one of his highest ones.
Yeah, Darren's having a good day. Darren's being the nice judge today.
Yeah. Angled locks in at 83.
Just giving a few more. Yeah, so giving a few more scores there. Jake Petter was a 80.2, Angelo was an 86.2, Bailey Hanara 90.8 takes him to provisionally Q2 at the moment, just behind Kieran Johansson. So yeah, Bailey Hanara 90.8.
Right on the line, we've got Brooke Mason. Now, locally here in Tauranga, where we're making this from, he's always told Mum and Dad that he's going to be a professional race car driver. So look at me, Mum. I'm on the line in the RX720B. What have you got? This is the time to shine, Brooke. Oh,
another one. Oh, going for the Redwood roll.
No, missed it.
Not
that
quite.
was the David Hunter roll.
No, that's the David Hunter entry. Yeah. 223 off the
Oh, it disappeared. Look how quick recovery is. Smart Steel Recovery doing a fantastic job there out on the sweeper. If only it was that quick in real life.
We should. Yeah, we need a virtual Gandalf as well. We'd probably infringe on someone's royalty rights though, right?
So the next person up.
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know when anyone's up in the order. Just for those asking in the chat box, there's a random order. The drivers are grouped in groups of 6, but we don't necessarily see that until they get invited in from. I think it's called a lobby. Yeah.
Yeah. They sit in the lobby on Discord, and then Megan will call the next drivers in and to scrub. And they're in batches of 6, just so the server doesn't lag out the competitors where they are, because we are across Australia and New Zealand. So the next one up is none other than himself, Mr. OTV.
Kenny Ruddle.
Yes.
Neither of us should talk during Kenny's run, because we'll never hear the end of it if we commentate as Hexon.
Well, we're watching on his channel right now, so maybe the chat should just blow up.
Probably edit it, yeah. I tell you what, Kenny doesn't know, but we'll give away a free viewing for Oversteer TV for Tauranga if you can accurately predict Kenny Ruddle's score for the next run. Drop it into the chat box right now.
He's late to the grid.
Kenny's score. Yeah, he's late. Yeah, well, that's normal.
Yeah, he's probably got the kids in tow somewhere in the background to do his run. I don't know if Kenny's actually on the controller.
He might have forgotten to. Yeah, I think he probably forgot to charge his controller or something.
Oh, talking about building up the suspense, all right?
All right. Try and predict Kenny's score, and if you get it right, then we'll give away a free OTV viewing for Tarona.
I'm gonna
87, 88. All from people who are probably going to be there anyway. 85.
Oh, look, they've moved on. Does he score a 0? AJ
86.
Johnson's been caught to the
Zero.
line. No, they haven't zeroed him yet. Look, we've got to pay. We don't play favouritism here at D1NZ
89,
at all.
88,
But, you know,
92.
if he's just a weenie bit out of the order, we're okay, right? Someone's coming to the line. I can hear it.
Well, he's probably in charge of the rules for this too, right? Because he's in charge of the rules for the series. 72, 0. You can't get a 0, Dan Edwards. You can't get a 0.
Yeah, Joe Mulder and Kenny Ruddle do a lot in the background over the off seasons, working with drivers and myself and the judges around, you know, how to frame up the next year's rules and regulations. So Kenny's always been very instrumental in that behalf. You can commentate this one, Ryan.
Yeah, you like? Nah, I don't want to. I'm not commentating Hicks and Kenny. We're just going to let Kenny drive.
All right, we'll just listen to it. This is really bad because this isn't Kenny. This is AJ Johnson out on track at the moment.
AJ Johnson can pedal a car, right? AJ Johnson is a weapon behind the wheel. He was a guy who we didn't even know he was behind the wheel of Jordan Grant's car at Mad Mike Summer Bash, and he can throw a car in real life backwards around the corner just about.
Yeah, I think he's actually part of
like to see him.
Matt Kwok's collective garage as well. He's actually out of the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
So.
I'd actually love to see him do a real life round. I think he would probably be a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak, and turn some heads. Don't know whether he'd be pro or pro sport, but
it's a bummer. I was quite looking forward to seeing Kenny.
Yeah, no, you're right, Nathan. Yeah, you're right, Nathan. I didn't want to commentate as Hex Kenny because that would have been very unfair to him. So that was why I wasn't talking over the top of that.
Next up on the line should be, no, there should be no, we don't have replays. Nelson Allen from Palmerston North, one of the Swarm drivers.
It's the Supra, right?
A90,
the Supra just looks so much more hooked up and smooth to drive than any of the other cars.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. It's just fluid. There's no bobbles. There's no little corrections from the drivers. However, Nelson Allen also has quite a substantial background in Team Swarm.
Okay.
Yeah. So, hey.
So, Darren Kelly's just given
96.
his highest score, 96. Yeah, of qualifying, and then Nelson Allen to 191.4. Nelson Allen to 191.4.
Nice. Yeah. So from 1 second.
I think we should do the qualifying offline next time too. I don't reckon we do this. I think we should just go straight into battles because it seems way more fun watching a bunch of dudes crash into each other with no actual real damage. Pretty fast though. Is it going to stay on track? Wheel off there. There'll be a deduction. Maximum angle. Wheel off the inside there. Misses out of zone 4. Pretty wild. Who was that? Mark Francis.
Yeah, Mark Francis, Palmerston North. Shout out to
normal driving for Palmerston North.
Yeah, pretty much. Hasn't done this a lot, so it's good to be able to get some of these newcomers into drifting. I know you referred to what they do down in Palmerston North, but it's a great way to actually not do it on the street and do it in a way where you can collectively do it because it is so realistic. What you actually, when you sit in a sim and the gears and the vibrations, even what you just heard there, the sequential.
So arguably drifting in New Zealand actually started in Palmerston North. While it's generally viewed as being made popular by the gentleman from Northland, if you check your history, you'll actually find a group called Team Drifters Palmerston North that were founded around 1998-99. And they made a name for themselves, exhibition drifting and learning to drift on the Manfield Open days when you didn't used to have to wear a helmet, etc. Right, so this is a Mark II, right, KCL? Did I get that right?
JZX, I think. Looking at it, it's Shane Hayes out of Taupo. Does VD1NZ. He's got a bit of seat time in the simulator world. Nice on the inner and the outer apex there, and the outer zone. Finishes that run really nicely. That'll be points on the board and probably see him through to the competition smooth. But you're right, that A90 Super just looks so much just more stable and collected than some of these other cars.
Yep. So if you have just found this, then yes, you can enter the next rounds. There are 3 more to go. There are some pretty cool prizes on the line. You basically submit a video to put yourself into the qualifying field, and then you sit there and watch 55 of you do this, and then you go into battles this evening.
Next one up is Aaron Seymour. Out of Palmerston North as well.
A lot of Palmerston North drivers.
Oh, that's going to be a big fat 0, sadly, for that is Aaron Seymour.
Yes. Yeah, so still Nelson Allen from Kieran Johansson at the moment, and then next in line is Ben O'Donnell, 89.6. So those are the top 3 at the moment. Shane Hayes, 85.2. Mark Francis, 78. If there was a JDM racing car, would it break down on the simulator as well? I don't know. Who'd be driving it, maybe? Is the boss man a sim driver, Brendan? I don't know if is Luke a sim driver? I think Luke does a bit of sim stuff, doesn't he? Luke Fink probably does a competition or two, or is it his son Boston who gets involved in the comps online?
Just looking for Blake March.
How do you become the driver in the series? Where you just submit your entry? So you just basically, what's the next track? This is the next track.
Tiratonga.
Is it Tiratonga? Yeah. So if you follow the D1 social pages, you will see this come up. And yeah, you basically just, I think you download the car pack at the track and give it a crack and submit your video. Will the drivers be breath tested? Great question, Scotty D.
Yes, they will at Bay Park. Yeah.
Yes.
So totally lost the sheets order here. We've obviously on who's next.
Are we just doing?
Be Black
Did anyone find Kenny? Does anyone know where Kenny went? We need to find Kenny.
Yeah, call him on your cell phone, Warren, and put him up to your headset.
So do you want me to ring him live on air? Should I ring him and just see where he is?
Bit of a shallow entry there from what looks like Liam McLean. However, he gets those inner apexes, those inner clips nice on that second to last outer zone. Rolls out to the last zone. Bit of a switch back there. Points on the board. Will it be enough? I think we're intermittently got issues with our Google Sheets, so we're just waiting for that to all populate. That was Blake March. You guys are tuning in with us. We're only a couple of weeks away now from the grand finale. Bay Park, we started digging it out for the Cyclone. Big thanks to Tom from Coleman Civil, Dan Smith and Aaron Habib from Max Civil down there digging out the track, and Rex and the team at Mimico. We always get to play on some pretty cool machinery thanks to Adam and Rex at the team at Mimico. Often break the machinery and Rex fixes it for us as well. So 2 weeks to go. Tickets on sale now for that. Yeah, just me. Well, it's other people that are actually let in the machinery as well. So Liam McLean out on track right now. 17 years of age, out of Wellsford.
Yeah, just because it might be of interest too, I reckon the cut-off to qualify is going to be about 80. So we already had 39 drivers, and I reckon the cut-off's going to be about 80 points to get in. Oh, Kenny's just messaged me. What happened? Kenny, where are you?
Who was it?
Couldn't get a car to log in, and then no handbrake got me good. So it sounds like I don't know who's got the worst excuse so far, Dante or Kenny. Both of them are pretty shit.
Dante got a bit of stage fright, I think, is from what I've heard. The message got deleted before I could read the whole thing. But Ethan Hyatt out of Devonport in Tasmania in a little SR-powered S13. Now, what I learned to drift in, 26 years of age, nice weight shift there. Oh, he's a bit off the line, but brings it back in now. Let's look at that outer zone. Nice outer zone. Stacks on the angle, though. That's going to hurt him. That will be all she wrote for Ethan, more than likely. Mind you, the angle and style judge might go, yes, that is what we want to see.
Well, no, Leighton's been pretty grumpy today, really. I don't think I've seen him score above 80, to be fair. Darren's happy and Joe's happy.
86
Kenny said
to
next
68,
time.
79. He could have commentated with you.
Should we? Can we start a give a little for Kenny to have a handbrake? Can someone set up a give a little page for Kenny to have a handbrake?
He's a pretty smart cat. Oh, he could make one fairly easily.
He could make one if he wanted to, but it seems much easier just to buy one.
80 from Darren on Ethan's line, 85 and 80 puts him at 81 at the moment, so maybe on the bubble there. We're now with Bradley Knowles. I think this is Rhodey Knowles, Rhodey's son.
Oh, it's Rhodey's son. I reckon if he's any good, then the old man gets out of the car and gives him the real one for Bay Park.
That was a sick entry there from Bradley. That. Wow, keep it together, buddy, keep it together. Oh, stacks on the angle in the last section, puts the power down.
He's way faster than the old man.
Oof. He was stoked. He's often on TikTok on the simulator as well, putting in the seat time. Great to see Bradley down. How old is Bradley? He's 15 years of age, so he'll be our youngest competitor out on track this afternoon.
Right, just catching up on scores, Brendan. Blake March 82.2, Liam McLean 79, Ethan Hyatt 81, and Bradley Knowles 82.4. So still looking at Nelson Allen as Q1 at the moment with the 91.4, and yeah, I think both of our top qualifying rankings so far are both in the Super, aren't they?
Yes, Brent's something a bit different now. The Corvette C6. Spencer out of Wellington. Really fluid on the last section of the track. Competes in VD1 as well. Is a bit new to drifting, so it's great to see people just trying to take something a bit different rather than the standard S chassis or the A90 Supra. See where Spencer gets to in the points. 87, so 89 out of Darren Kelly, 91, so Joe really liked that on the style front, and 77 from Leighton.
87 points for Spencer.
Camera's not switching.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
This is Kane Bowles. Nice run here from Kane. Oh, one wheel off, that'll be a mark down. Yeah, whether it was 2 or 1, we won't know because there's no replays, so that'll work in his favour. Kane competing out of Brisbane, another Australian, competes in midfield finishes in VD1 and various other competitions. Great to see people tuning in from all over Australia and New Zealand on this one. The prize, if you win the main prize, though, you might have to fly yourself over to New Zealand.
Yeah. Did you not put the disclaimer?
I might have to put the disclaimers in between this one and next round.
Braden Howard 85.2, Braden Howard 85.2. So this is interesting. So Darren Kelly's highest score is a 96. Joe's highest score is a 92. But then Leighton's highest score is in the mid-80s. So everybody is costing themselves an angle.
Now here's a young man that's invested a lot into drifting over the last couple of years. He's been involved in D1NZ as well. And that is the man from Nelson with his own drift park, STP Drift Park. Fittingly, is he in his car? No, he's in an RX-7. That is Ben. I always forget how to pronounce his last name. Is it Kane or is it Ben?
Van der Linden? Kane.
Forecast in my ear.
It says it's Kane.
No, we're in Kane. Yep. Great. Didn't mess that one up. So 26B FD RX-7. The Google Sheet's doing me a mischief. Oh, good little celebratory Super 6 there. Right, all the hype. Now it should be Ben in the S15 2J. So Ben, owner of the STP Drift Park down in Nelson. Not quite there yet, but close to being open. And if you guys are in that sort of that northern South Island region or even Wellington and want to get behind the park, Ben's got some concrete barriers up for grabs in order to be able to finish the park off and get it running. It's so good to see some of these venues coming online, like Nelson, the boys at Tech Park, Stocky, Seaton, Aaron with Bad Plenty Drift Park also coming online this year. More drifting, more venues is what we want to see. So great stuff from Ben as he waits on the line. You still there, Wes?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to convince Kenny to jump into the commentary for the battles, given he failed to show up for qualifying. So it seems like something he can definitely add a lot more value to than I can, because I'm pretty in awe of the skill that these guys have got in terms of controlling virtual machines, but I just don't understand it. So I'm quite aware of my limitations.
All right, Ben van der Linden off the line now. He's done quite a bit in sim driving. Bit of an inner line there. Hopefully he'll be able to switch it back here for that outer zone. Probably a metre off the outer zone. Gets the inner clip. That bump, that aggressiveness in that curve is pretty cool to watch. Switches on back through. Bit unsettled there for Ben's run. 87 already in the can from Darren on his line. 78 for Joe on style and 73 for his angle. Puts him at 83. So lots of mid-pack 80s.
Are we having a downtime for a dinner break, or are we just going to keep this thing going?
It's hard and fast, though, mate. They just keep coming. Another Australian here in the A80 Supra. It should be, which is Sam Smith, aka Clayton Daly. Switches on through. Nice there on the, but just pushes it too wide.
That was your fault.
It was, yeah. He probably heard me talking about him and then said Clayton.
You. Yeah.
Great to see Clayton
100% you.
coming into his own. It actually looks a lot like Clayton's car if you switch that to an RHP livery. His driving has just come on in the last year. I'm looking forward to seeing what the RHP boys bring.
Right? Is that right? You can have your own livery for the next round, but just not this round. Was that? Yep. So just because a few people have jumped into the live stream and whatever else. So basically, if you're driving the A90 Supra, that seems to be the car to go with. You're looking to score a 92 or higher to Q1 at the moment. Leighton is the angry judge. Darren's the happy judge. And that is not the way you want to go about doing that in terms of a backy entry to a corner.
Yeah, Zane's actually got
assuming that we
danger graphics.
Assuming that it's judged the finish.
Yeah, he's had a lot this lad to do in the virtual space with Virtual Drift Masters and EDC, ESDA. He's been around the traps for a while out of Wellington, Zane. Probably not the highest score, or the score that he wanted out of the run. Only what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About six drivers to go before we will find our top 32. Are we killing the stream after this? No, we're not. We're going to be rolling out some D1NZ videos and taking a bit of a commentary break to get the top 32 underway.
And we're going to try and convince Kenny Ruddle to join us for commentary. And by join us, I mean replace me completely so I can go watch the NRL bit.
You mean replace me, yeah? Still waiting on Zane Beer Brothers scored in 89 and 82 and 81, 86. So that may well 86. Be him in the game. Vaughan Cook waiting on the line in the A90 Supra.
Yeah, we missed Ben van der Linden as well, 83, Sam Smith 75.6 and Zane 86. Braden Howard 85.2 and Spencer 87.
So just watching the start line.
Was Zane a 0? No, Zane was an 8. No, Zane was not a. Zane was an 86.
Here we go. Nice start off the lights there for Vaughan. Down the front straight. Cool onboard. Now we switch the drone. Benji piloting it. This is where we actually have a drone operator flying on the line at the moment. Beautiful line there from Vaughan. Can he switch back through the outer zone? Nicely done. Hits the inner apex just slightly off. Gets the last inner apex out to the outer zone. Yes, boy. What a run there from Vaughan Cook, the VD1NZ competitor in the A90 Super. You're right. You're absolutely right, Warren. The Super just, it's on form today.
I think that bump point's gone up too. I reckon 85 probably is now about the cut-off for qualifying.
93 on the line from Darren.
So I reckon you're going to have 32 drivers qualify, and I reckon your total points range from 32 to 1 is going to be about 7 points. How's that for a prediction?
All right,
and also how competitive this is.
This is the man that built the track, none other than Donny Constable, Bodie Motorsport, out of Christchurch, the big weight shift in. The man with a lot of pressure on his back, but he's doing so well here. Great through the sweeper, outside line, hits the outside clip and the inner clip. Bit of a, could have had a bit more angle there. Stacks on the angle now, comes out of the last section. Epic FPV point of view as well there. The boys coming, hey! What a trick!
Did he build his own cheat code into this?
I have no idea. Oh, that is gold.
That's just the avenues in Christchurch on a Friday evening, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, epic work from Donny. You got to give him the shout out. He spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours. Everything you see here, from the barriers to the logos to the start lines to Willie over on the right, Donny has spent the time in there making this happen for the Logitech G Virtual D1 Series. So give them a follow on Bodie Motorsport. He'll be able to help you out with your custom liveries and packs. Well, Megan at MF Collective will be able to do the custom liveries, and then Bodie works them into the actual game. So huge appreciation to the fam down there at Bodie Motorsport. Do we have a score for him? We've got 90.
Yes, we do. So yeah, Vaughan Cook first of all 88.8, and then Donny Constable 87. So Vaughan Cook 88.8 and Donny Constable 87 with 3 drivers to go: Jaden, Chase, and Keanu. We've just been asked if we can have a virtual Stephen McIver. Can someone build a virtual Stephen McIver? That'd be good. Let's do that.
Didn't actually think how you do prize giving, and we hadn't got that far in the script yet. But
we just are going to announce. You're going to announce who wins while I watch the second game tonight with Kenny, and I'll find out who won tomorrow.
All right, Jaden Dubin from Mount Maria in Queensland. He's in the 86 GR, 86, 17 years of age, homeschooled, and loves just playing on the simulator. Nice line here through the sweeper, bit off the triangles, but great transition there through into the inner clips. Not as much angle as we would probably want to see. Fluid through the last section of the track. Not as wide as we want to see on the last outer zone as well, sadly, but and tries the Super 6 wall ride.
Can we do that? Can we have a wild entry competition as well? Just since we're having a bit of fun with this, like, I reckon, yeah, I'd quite like to see the Mad Mike signature 1080s. I'd like to see if someone could do that into the first corner.
A message from Dante saying that he'd like to come in commentary and
oh, okay, cool,
and drag out Darren Kelly's book of excuses. Don't think I was meant to read that on air, but anyway, you know.
No, that's fine. The more of us, the merrier, right? Sunday afternoon, it's a shitty day. What else are you going to do?
I've always wondered that with Bay Park, where could you do that? You know, it's not really a track that's set up for a wild entry, maybe off the bank.
No, you wouldn't want to do it towards the bank. I think you could try and do like a 360 off the wall ride down into the teardrop and try and go back around the teardrop.
Yeah. Now this little man here, I've got to give some props to.
Did you just call someone a little man?
Yeah, he's not little. He's a big man. He's a big little man.
Right.
But that is Chase Kake. Whittaker, and this is Whittaker's boy, out of Gisborne.
Right.
And obviously pivotal in bringing D1NZ down to Gisborne. He was out there on the diggers, the sweepers, anything he could possibly do to help build that track. And now he's here engulfed in the Logitech G Virtual D1 Series, so we're pretty lucky to have him along as well. And you can run this run for us, Warren.
That sounds like it's got a supercharger bolted to it, so Chase looks like he's pretty dialed in. He spent some time on the sim, gets into the gas nice and early, stays on the loud pedal. You can hear those rear tyres hissing and hussing, turns into tyre smoke. A little bit wide there, and that means he's messed up his flow here, and he's going to fire off the edge of the track. There'll be a deduction there for missing his own and then putting a wheel off the outside. It should be enough, I think, based on speed and attack and just that kind of constant velocity to lock him into the field. Again, I reckon the cut-off mark is going to be around that 85 point sort of area, Brendan, but I have been wrong in the past once or twice. So yes, Jaden Dublin was 83, Jaden Dublin 83, Donny Constable I gave you 87, Chase Kake 84, so Chase Kake 84, solid. And we have one to go, Keanu. Chase drives like his dad. Lots of right foot. When are you up, Chad? Which Chad are we looking for? Chad was real early, I reckon. Chad Whitehead was number one. He got a 77. So there you go. Chad was number one and got a 77. When is Harlem running? So we're on to the last qualifier, right? So you guys have joined a little bit late, and now you're going to have to sit through a whole lot of qualifiers. This looks like the Scotty D car. Is this based on Scotty's car? Maybe if Donnie could confirm that for me, I'd love to know if that actually is. Looks like it's a nice, pretty fluid run there, midline through the track there, gets out of zone 2, gets out of 3, 4, gets nicely out there. This will be a nice banker here, and this will be right up to the edge of the track there, and I'd say that's probably a high 80s, Brendan. Nice run there from Keanu. Keanu will cook. Yeah, no, he certainly did cook. Is this going to be the first of, well, is this going to be the first of the, like, because the other top qualifiers have all been in the Supra, right? We haven't seen a BMW at the top yet. Let's wait for Keanu to lock in. No, he's been marked down for angle by, somebody needs to give Leighton a cuddle. Is someone near Leighton? Give him a cuddle. He's very grumpy this afternoon.
Yeah, so scores are out of 100, so what you're really saying there is there's been a lot of 70s in Leighton's
yeah.
I think it's one of those things.
Leighton is Simon Cowell judging. He's just not happy.
It's one of those things, though, right? Once you set the benchmark at a certain level of your judging, and if it was a really epic run, so did we see that early on from Leighton? We saw, some 70s and some 80s.
Darren really liked that, right? Darren gave it a 94.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a big discrepancy on that one, across the range. So that gives him an 89. So give them, all right. So we'll just wait for Megan to push the magic button on this and probably recollect the scores, because there were a few that didn't carry through. Still no sign of Kenny on the grid.
No, Kenny sadly, unfortunately, missed his. So
and the worst excuse is still Dante. So hopefully both of those two are actually going to jump into commentary, Brendan. So
that would be ideal.
Those boys, those boys are keen. They want to jump in here and add their wisdom, which is the right thing for this, because as much as I'm sort of taking it quite lighthearted, there is a very decent prize on the line that you've managed to put together. So maybe while we're not watching anything at the moment, again, just because a lot of people have joined the live stream, talk us through the actual prize pack and how many more rounds there are to go, etc.
Yeah, thanks, Warren. So just have listening to my director in the ear. After this, we will go to a advert break while we get the top 32 ready. But the Logitech G Virtual D1 Series, 4 rounds across the tracks that we've already run here in New Zealand. We're coming to the tail end of the D1NZ National Drifting Championship, but there will be 3 rounds to go, and we will be taking the competitors from this round in the championship. There will be wildcard spots left for rounds 2, 3 and 4, and there's some epic prizes up for grabs from Logitech G, but then there is also the main prize, the journey that we've always wanted to see, which is immersing the simulation world, the esport world into the real world, which means we would be taking that driver on their journey, and then we'll be getting them into a real car and following them through. And it's going to be, we've seen some case studies of this overseas, and the drivers have just done exceptionally well. So it's now New Zealand's turn to see what a drifter can do. Hopefully a drifter that hasn't been in a car before just for the storyline, but nonetheless, if someone wins, that's a drifter as well. That's totally fine. So yeah, we will be following their journey once we get out of the championship and putting them into a real life GT86. Warren.
So it is so it's a Toyota. Is it the car that we know, that we're familiar with, that we've seen in the past, or is it a re-engineered one, or is it yet to be determined?
Completely new car. We've had some fantastic sponsors jump on board with that journey, and that's something that will be coming out on Oversteer. We'll be following. So the whole idea is that we actually take someone from the process, like young Chase. You've never driven a car, you don't have your license yet, you jump into the virtual world, you drive in the simulation, then from there you actually learn how to build a drift car. We're going to show the whole process of the drift car and the sponsors on board. It will be a pro sport level, a pro spec level car rather than a full 1,000 horsepower car. And going through that whole process, but we'll talk more about that after the break in the top 32, which we will find out who made it through and who didn't after. But for now, stay with us, guys. We'll be about 10 minutes, maybe 15, of getting the bills paid from our stakeholders and our commercial partners in D1NZ. We'll be back with you shortly.
This season has been relentless. The margins between these drivers have never been tighter. 99.1 points split by fractions. Championships won and lost in a single run. Every round has built to this moment. Mercury Bay Park Stadium, the 2026 D1NZ National Championship Grand Finale. The night we find out who has what it takes to be called Drift King. Tickets on sale now. You won't want to watch this from your couch. Get your tickets at D1NZ.com. Here we go, folks. Pukekohe, how are you? Welcome back for the last drift of this magnificent track. Here he comes. Go. Here's to the go. Right off on the door. One more time.
So hard. It is just so tough. Yeah, you have a pretty nasty track.
GT Radio. Experience ultra high performance.
Hey guys, I'm Kurt Blackie. I'm driver of the Toyota GT86, sponsored by RHP. By day, I'm an architect, and by night, I'm a porn star.
Yeah, baby!
I first got into drifting by going to D1NZ actually with my old man, like way back in the day. And I'd see all the legends like Gaz and Kurt and Fanger, and that truly got me into it. That was a big drive behind how I got into drifting, and from there I just decided to get a track car and jump in the deep end. First drift car was a R32 Skyline 4-door with a 25 plus T in it. Nothing special, just a plus T, 20 deck gearbox, R200 diff, just all the basics. No wise fab or anything back then, just cut knuckles, and yeah, just got into it. I'm looking forward to just getting stuck in with the boys, and it's more of like a journey for me now, so just having a lot of fun. And back when I first started, it was a lot of pressure and a lot of stress, and I didn't take it in like a fun sense, but now being a part of like the RHP team, it's more of like a family buzz now, and really enjoy just driving around the countryside with everyone, just having a good time and having a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to the Gisborne round this year. I was able to drive it a few months ago, and just the size of the area is pretty cool, so it should be a top gear, foot flat kind of buzz. Looking forward to it. Nothing major we've done to the car in the off season, just a refresh of everything really, like new fresh motor, rebuild, gearbox, clutch, just all the basic stuff, new body panels, new paint, new graphics, just an overall refresh of the car, nothing too major. Challenge would be probably leaving like at least 3 or 4 marks on like either Sam's car, Clayton's car, or maybe Stocky's car. Yeah, there's so many people like involved in this circus, you know, like it is such a massive family thing for us and for the team. Seaton is like our father, me and Sam are adopted sons, and like we honestly couldn't be doing it without his like generosity and like just always there for us, always there for his kids, and it's just like it's a massive family thing now, and we just owe so much to him and that family. A goal of mine has always been to end up in the top 3 in the championship. One year I got super close, got 4th, so one of the goals for me would definitely be to try and get up to the pointy end of the championship and end up in that top 3. I guess one thing that a lot of people maybe don't understand is that like we're not out there just doing what we want to do. We kind of we got to do what the judges want, and that sometimes isn't easy. And a lot of us make it look easy, but it is bloody hard sometimes. And I guess there's one thing, that gets overlooked a bit is it's one thing doing it in a practice day and having some fun, but then when it comes down to competition and you've got a lot of pressure and stress, trying to do what the judges want you to do is not easy.
Time type result. There's no. Is it the wheel? Is it the wheel or the tyre?
Oh my
He
God!
just
And it
caught
followed him
his own tyre.
through the pit chute.
Catch it, Stephen! Catch it! Catch it, Stephen!
No way! Oh, that is another smashed room for Kurt Blackie.
That looks
It's controlled chaos, really. We're out of control more than we are in control, and sometimes it pays off and sometimes it doesn't. No, it's definitely a high. Yeah. It's very hard to explain until you do it, and it's just, it's a crazy feeling. It is. Being out of control but in control at the same time it takes a lot of skill. It does, yeah. It is getting harder and harder to get into the sport. Like when I started 10 plus years ago, there was probably a track day on every weekend. There was like driver trainings and stuff like that, beginner days. So it is getting a little bit harder to get into it, plus with the expenses and stuff, like parts are getting more expensive and cars, and so yeah, I understand it is quite hard to get into, but you don't need the flash stuff to get into it. You don't need the fancy Wise Fab and the Winters and the dog boxes and stuff like that. You can just start with the basics, and it's all about progression and leveling up. I'm a massive fan of motorsport in general, but I don't see myself doing any other form of motorsport off my own back anyway. If I was approached by a team, maybe a speedway team or something like that, but for me, drifting is like my life, and yeah, that's it. Hey guys, Kurt Blakey here. I've loved sharing my journey with you over the past 10 years. Yeah, it's going to be 23 years of D1NZ. It would be good if everyone can get behind the drivers. It's quite easy to do. Everyone's on social these days, and all it takes is a like or a share, or and it goes a long way. It really does. All the help we can get is good, and all the promotion, the better. And it's going to be a really good year, and I can't wait.
Let's get it!
We got the spiciest K series built.
Supercharged Ford Eliminator engine.
Oh, good old SR20, so rowdy.
Naturally aspirated, 1,000 horsepower, LS-based engine, and then we're going to add nitrous on top of it.
Running an S54 controlled by Link ECU.
Link direct injection, EcoBoost Fox body.
I actually put an FA24 in it.
B58, E46, Link ECU.
No matter what engine you have, it's stock K24 or it's a 1,000 wheel 2J, Link ECU all day.
Kia ora, my name's Werata Kaki. I am a father of 2, soon to be 3, and I drive a Nissan Silvia 180 SX with a 1.5 JZ. I'm from Gisborne, East Coast. For me, it's obviously my first time, so joining the series of D1NZ. On the track would be just driving with the other drivers to gain the experience or skill level. The round I'm looking forward to is the Gisborne round. Means a lot to me because it's hometown, and we've put a lot of work and effort into starting something there so that we can host a round like this back at our home turf. Most will know me as Gankes 14, but this year we've stepped it up to the old NDT 180 SX, which is our pro level car, so I'd say that's a major upgrade from what we previously drove. I'd say it has the 1.5 JZ power plant, the TDI sequential stuff, Winters, BC 3-ways, which is massive compared to what we normally drive on.
My name's Roddy Knowles. I drive the Amalgamated Roofing Electrical Solutions BOP S13 from Rotorua. Been in drifting on and off for quite some time, but I love the sport and the camaraderie and everything that it brings, and yeah, I'm looking forward to what the season's got in store for us. What made me get into drifting? I've been asked this question many times. I had tried various different motorsport disciplines over the years, and out from karting, a little bit of rallying, a lot of circuit racing, hill climbing and stuff, and I got the opportunity to jump in and do some drifting in the early 2000s, and it was something that just never left. I tried a few things in between, and yeah, came back to drifting in 2020 as part of the MTF Cambridge drift team, and haven't looked back. The feeling I get from drifting, like, it's such a rush. There's no other comparison being on the edge of control, but being fully in control. You know, going fast, being a foot away from the door of the person beside you, or sometimes in it. Yeah, it's a feeling like no other. What I'm looking forward to this season on the track is, I think that, well, certainly I've noticed that the level of drifting in New Zealand has just climbed and climbed year on year. You know, like last year's champion, I do believe, brought benefit to the series and made everyone lift their game. And, you know, from first place to last place, I believe everyone stepped up, and I think there's a few names coming back this season, and yeah, it's going to step up again. It's going to be awesome. My off-the-track goals this year, I mean, like, we have a very strong team dynamic. Justin Patterson is one of my sponsors at MTF Finance Cambridge. We work, live, race closely together. But we also have, you know, a couple other of my best mates, Jason, Pulsar Turbo Systems New Zealand, my dad. We're all together, we get to travel together, you know, ride or die. Yes, there is a particular round. I said last year, you know, when we all thought Pukekohe was never again, that it's something I did in 2006 and haven't been back since. I've watched the track, you know, evolve over the last, you know, all but 20 years with V8 supercars, and I'm dead keen to get back there and crack it in there again. Pukekohe back then was a 215 size tyre. It was crazy fast, but probably 40 or 50 kilometres an hour slower than what it was the last time D1NZ was there. So it's going to be insane, something else that the world of drifting will never get to potentially experience again, but we will. If you are not there this year, you are going to miss out on a D1NZ spectacle. Changes for this season, we have made some relatively small changes. We have freshened up the engine and made some changes in the off season. We're just in the process of going through dry sumping our RB, just so that we can go to the big high G, long full throttle application tracks, and, you know, just have everything buttoned up so that we can just go there, not have any worries about anything mechanical, and really just throw it down as hard as we can. With the technical side of drifting, I find that you've got 3 judges, they've got 3 independent opinions. My goal is to always go there and knock it out of the park and take it out of their hands, because the technical side of it is huge. From a fan's perspective, what you guys see on TV is often not quite a reflection of what actually goes on the track. You know, judges have various different angles that they can look at. They are vastly experienced in their own right normally, and they make good decisions based on what's in front of them. You know, angle, speed, line, proximity. You know, everyone has an individual style. Everyone's cars are different. I mean, I look at the technical side of the sport, and, you know, I believe that we're at the cutting edge with where the cars are at the moment, and, you know, with the technology around it, with, you know, drones and cameras and all that kind of thing. It's a pretty fair reflection of what's going on the track. Yeah, I mean, like, my list of people to thank is long enough to be continued. Obviously, I have a naming rights sponsor for this season in Amalgamated Roofing, and also Electrical Solutions BOP back as my co-naming rights for another season. But there is a lot of people to thank. You know, I do have a wife and kids, and, you know, they wholeheartedly support what we're doing. You know, it's a big campaign. It's a reasonably long 6 months by the time we get to the end, and then a long 6 months getting ready for the next 6 months. You know, I do have a lot of brand partners, Pulsar Turbo Systems New Zealand. You know, Jason Catelli also has Infomotive and Rotorua. He has a massive contribution in getting us to the track. Yeah, honestly, the list is long and wide, and we could be here for some time telling them all. So when it comes to sponsorship, my advice is to make it mutually beneficial. You know, I don't often say sponsor, I say brand partner, because I believe it has to be a two-way street. You know, there's just having a handout and a thumbs up to say choice thank you in this day and age isn't enough. I believe that you have to want to deliver and have a brand partner and have a two-way street and make it work for both parties. My fact for the fans, the hours that go into these cars, when you guys are sitting in the grandstand and we're on the start line, there's weeks and months worth of work that's squeezed into, you know, days and nights. We do a massive amount of work. It all goes unseen and often unthanked to a large degree. So when we're out door to door, wall to wall, and putting on a show for you guys, make sure you're cheering loud and at as many D run rounds as you can get to. I think goals for this year for me personally, I really want to make sure that I finish in front of Justin, seeing as he's doing the whole season. We have a good rivalry, but as teammates and as mates, we want to support each other wholeheartedly. Obviously the rest of the D1 field, I feel like we've got what it takes to be as good as any of them out there, and yeah, I can't wait to see what this year brings. So this season my goals for D1 are to have fun, like in the words of Mad Mike, I always say, you know, like drifting's about having fun and putting on a show for the fans. I think we've got some spectacular rounds coming up this year, and I'm actually looking forward to them all. International goals, I mean, I would really like to see a round of Drift Masters as a driver. There's a lot involved to get there, but that's really the bucket list one for me. I was really fortunate to have some driving with Chelsea Denofa and Dwayne McKeever at LZ World Tour here in New Zealand, and I'd love to go over to their tracks and drive with them there. You know, those guys are right at the pinnacle of the sport, and yeah, that'd be choice. I have done a lot of other motorsport disciplines, as I said, but really there is no other one like drifting. This is something else. It's something that you can't replicate in any other form of motorsport. You know, this is the motocross, supercross world on four wheels, and yeah, there's no other motorsport for me. If I could leave the fans with one message this season, it would be to actually get in front of the drivers. We're not unapproachable. Come and get a poster, get your kids an arcade drift tattoo, and come and say hi and make it known. Get to the events, you know, be part of the success of D1NZ for this season. Hi everyone, my name's Rody Knowles. I drive the Amalgamated Roofing Electrical Solutions BOP S13. I'm from Rotorua, RB power all day. Make sure you get to around a D1NZ.
Logitech G, Virtual D1, that's right, the Virtual Drifting Championship, Round 1, Pukekohe Park Raceway. My name's Brendan White, I'm joined with Warren Sear, MGN. He's in a bit of a grump tonight because he's missing the rugby, but we're also joined by Dante Koch and Kenny Rudell, depending how you announce. Warren, hello, welcome back.
Oh, thanks for having me, Brendan. Well, not really. I would quite like to be watching an NRL game, but look, I've had a crash course in Virtual D1 this afternoon because this is not something that I have ever seen before, but we're about to see battles for the first time, starting off with our #1 qualifier, I think. So we've seen some pretty interesting driving so far. It definitely looks like some of the cars are a little bit more settled than the others, so yeah, it'll be interesting to see how things play out this afternoon. And of course, there's a big prize on the line that you've been talking up, but maybe we'll run through the tree first, eh?
Yeah, thanks,
Warren.
Warren.
So walking through the tree is Nelson Allen against Aaron Seymour East, Cameron Bonham versus Daniel Collenberry, Luke Margetson versus Brent Mason, John O'Gorman, Isaac Carroll, Ben O'Donnell, Bradley Knowles, Angelo Wetasinger versus Leon Smith, Keanu Askew versus Justin Lockerbie, and Spencer Priest versus Jet Brewer on the left-hand side of the tree. Then we go Kieran Johansson versus Ethan Hyatt, John Hawthorne versus Braden Howard, Vaughan Cook, Jaden Dubin, Ryan Cooper, Josh Leckie, Bailey Hanara, Blake March, Zane Fairbrother, Shane Hayes, AJ Johnson, and Ben van der Linden, and Donnie Constable and Chase Kake. How they stack up for the top 32 this afternoon as we welcome in Dante Kake. Do we or do we not have him there?
Well, what we do have is a battle out on track at the moment. We'll get Dante in a second. We have the first battle up, Nelson Allen and Aaron Seymour out on track. And the Supra looking very cool, calm and collected. The chase, it's all about to be lost at the moment for the lead and chase. We will do a full pass. No replays running through tonight for virtual D1. Sorry, we did not get the air from race control that the battle was going live, so we'll capture that first half in a second.
I'll tell you what happened there, Brendan. Nelson just absolutely walked away, and the driver in the chase position playing catch-up put 2 wheels off the outside of the track, so it'll be a massive advantage to the #1 qualifier at this point in time. And it does. Am I right in thinking that because we're running under D1 rules, the higher qualified driver gets to choose lead or chase first?
You are absolutely correct. So the lead is on the left-hand side of the lane, just like at Pukekohe in the real life. And Nelson was that driver who we're on board with right now. Aaron, slight delay in it. We had someone enter the server and go and crash during the event. No names named. We'll talk to him in a minute. So he's chosen, obviously, now he goes on the right-hand side of the tree because he chose to lead first. Nelson now on the left-hand side of the tree. Dante, have we got you into the commentary box?
Yeah, can you hear me, Brendan?
We can. Welcome from the far north. Mate, what happened in your qualifying run there, buddy?
I could blame the cyclone, I could blame the bad weather. But unfortunately, sometimes, there's the old saying goes, you just run out of talent. So I did pull up a bit late to the line. I didn't scrub as I normally would, so cold tyres straight off the bat. But yeah, sometimes you just, win some, you lose some.
All right, so we've got the Nelson on the chase now. He's got the massive advantage here coming into it. Both switched nicely. Oh, big angle there from Aaron. Aaron just scraping on through. We missed his run. The closes the door from Nelson with the Supra. This is going to be all she wrote potentially for Aaron. Nelson, just the Supras tonight have just looked stable, calm, collected. I don't know if it's an advantage or if it's just the drivers that are more experienced have chosen that one. What's your take on that, Dante?
It is quite a stable car from the laps that I've done it. I've been practicing pretty much the whole week with a lot of the other drivers, and from my comparison to different cars, say the GR86, it's quite a floaty chassis. The GR is quite a shorter wheelbase, so it does snap quite hard. But I do like it compared to most of the other cars.
Nice, yeah, unanimous. All 3 judges score that one straight off the bat. It was Nelson Allen goes through to the top 16. So quick exit, sadly, there for Aaron Seymour. We did manage to grab him back in, Mr. Rudell Kenny. Kenny, are you in the commentary box as of yet? Hello?
I know, he went to put the kids to bed.
Right. Thanks, Warren.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
Mr. OTV
he's going to
joined.
jump on shortly.
Yeah, he jumped in and he did a lap, which confused us because we saw a car about 44 minutes ago, and that was counted as Aaron. So we managed to get Aaron's run banked into the scores, which is what the delay was. But next battle up, Warren, is Cameron versus Daniel Pullenberry.
You're the only one who can see a battle tree, Brennan, so I'm going to take your word for it. Hopefully we get to see one of these BMWs making their way through. So this one, there's a couple that look pretty smooth early on. Definitely looks like when you're in the virtual world, you want to lead first rather than chase. Roll with the line, try and build up that speed, heading towards that all-important sweeper. Got to get out nice and wide, of course, delivering that chaseable lead. Now, probably needs to be further up the track, but the chase driver there has pretty much exceeded past Ace, so needed to get back out of that there, and that is definitely not something we want to see from the chase position. They're getting quite stabby there, going up, falling back, going up, falling back, so you can be a little bit over-aggressive from time to time, and definitely an inside line there would see a mark down from the judge's perspective.
Dante, what was your take on that battle, buddy?
Apologies, trying to sort out some technical issues at the moment, so I didn't actually get to watch that run. I did hear a lot of loud battle though. I did hear a lot of loud battle, so
you only hear what?
It was quite a consistent run.
So Daniel Pullenberry in the S15 will now swap over, and he will lead Cameron Bonham in the chase. Nice. We said to the drivers, hey, look, don't dawdle down the back straight, so there's good exhilaration. We often have that as we swap over in the battles, that people kind of take their time. So we'll now swap, and it'll be all about Mr. Pullenberry and what he can take in the lead. To give a good chase, obviously you've got to have a nice, clear, fluid lead, and we heard that a lot in Formula Drift today for its competition. Yeah, so stacked angle there from the S15, but that is all she wrote by the looks of it for Cameron, sadly. Pretty messy, scrappy chase there from Cameron, which means Mr. Pullenberry will probably likely look at the judges' results here. Yep, all three unanimously straight through. Daniel Pullenberry coming through to the top 16.
Right.
So next battle up will be Luke Marginson in the RX-8 versus Brent Mason in the RX-7. So an all Mazda battle as we go through the tree. Top 32, top 16, top 8 normal bracketry system for D1NZ. Dante, what's been happening out of the FTC stables, buddy? Here you guys are going to come down a bit early and do some activations for us.
Well, this weekend we were supposed to be at Supercars doing some demos with some of the other lads. Unfortunately, the weather didn't permit that, and it didn't look ideal, so we kind of pulled the pin on that. But yes, we are coming down. We will be bringing down the activation car a few days early. Daniel will show up on packing day as normal, but we're hoping to get the car to do a couple of activations during the week. So hopefully we can get a bit more fan interaction going on in the Bay of Plenty area, as it's quite a stint from Whangarei to the Bay of Plenty. We will have to have a bit more of a presence this year for that particular event. So it should be fun, I think.
All right.
I hear we're coming to visit your kids at your school.
Yes, we are. Lots of school visits there, and that is a 0-0 for both drivers. So they managed to get it back out on the track, but 3 wheels off for both would mean the judges will basically put that down to what's going to happen in the second pass of this battle for Cameron and Daniel. For Luke and Brent. Lots of activations happening in the Bay. We're going to the RHP team. I think they're going to the Mount Primary, Mount College, Papamoa, Pillins, Omokoroa. So we're being very lucky for a lot of these principals to get involved in the activations. That is the Mercury Bay Park Grand Finale. Omokoroa is actually letting the boys take the teachers out for a bit of a hack on the top field at school, which will be a bit of fun. And then after the school activations, we actually do the Mount Cruise. So if you're tuning in, the Mac Civil Mount Cruise is always really spectacular. 50 to 60 cars cruising the Mount. Something that I'd love to go and definitely be a part of. 6 years running, I think it is, and I've never gone. Always at the track packing in. All right, second pass of this battle, Luke Marginson and Brent Mason. 0 both ways. It's whoever delivers a run on this pass will be the one that potentially gets the pass into the top 16. Pretty scrappy from both
There's
drivers
quite a bit of
there.
space on that initiation, isn't there? Presumably both drivers are trying to play it safe there just to bank some points.
So we'll go to the judges while we wait for them to dial in their scores. Darren Kelly scores Brent Mason. Joe still deliberating. Brent Mason from Leighton, so that's 2-1. So Brent Mason will go through to the top 16. Next battle up is John O'Gorman and Isaac Carroll, who aren't on the line.
Yeah, Johnny Gorman's one of those drivers to watch in this particular event. He is quite skilled behind the wheel of the sim. He plays in quite a consistent lead line in this case again.
So we've got no cars in the TTI scrub box, and we don't hear any engine noises. So what's going to be happening right now, Dante? Are the drivers going to be told to be getting in their cars, scrubbing? What's the go that's happening behind the scenes?
Well, because it's all virtual, so everyone's in different chat rooms within Discord. Everyone will get instructions to load into the server, and then they'll preload load their tunes into their particular car of choice, which can take a little bit of time given your preparedness, and then they'll start lining up. So, like all things technological, sometimes there's loading times you encounter, and whether actually you receive the communication to load into the server.
So we are waiting for Isaac Carroll in the GR Supra to come to the line. So the higher qualifier was John O'Gorman, so looks like John O'Gorman is the one that's pulled to line, and we're obviously on a pretty cool, these different camera point of views, and Launchmaster Willie over there on the left there, he's got the fire extinguisher ready in hand. John O'Gorman qualified in 9th.
Speaking of Launchmaster Willie, I have my Launchmaster Whānau 2026 Pukekohe One Last Ride Cup in my hand. Thanks to Launchmaster Willie.
Yeah, I really appreciate the team. We did
quite a good send-off token.
Yeah, it was really cool. We did a team meeting just recently, and it was anything but a cup, but I wasn't told. So it was quite ironic. So the marketing manager's taken that to the next level, and she said, "Hey, have you coming along to Bay Park?" 30-second call for Isaac Carroll from Race Control. I can hear in my ear now. While we sit here on the start line of Pukekohe. So yeah, but Dante, if you've anything but a cup you could bring to Bay Park.
I guess we'll see all the different vessels that show up last minute.
Not that we're encouraging to use anything in the cup, but Bay Park's always a pretty cool vibe.
Well, usually Bay Park's quite warm, so hopefully everyone's bringing water to stay well hydrated.
Yeah, 100%. So Race Control says that Isaac forfeits the run, so John O'Gorman will get a bye run. Don't take this for state this for gospel. We'll just see if that's going to be the case. So Dante, you were saying that this week you actually did quite a lot of practice. What type of setup have you got?
So I have an Abudo Sim station setup, I guess, with a Thrustmaster T300 RS, which is a lower level wheel, but it does the job quite well, I find. Sequential shifter and a standard hydro handbrake. I'm just running single screens at the moment, but quite a large one, so it helps quite well. Good setup. You can do. Well, I jumped after my terrible effort of qualifying run. I did jump straight back into the practice service straight after and laid down what I would consider a perfect run. But that doesn't really count, does it? So.
Nice. So this is in the production truck when we're usually shooting D1NZ and they've got a buy run. This is where we say to them, "All right, get arty. Get the drone." We try to actually tell the drone operator to land on the car's roof because it's what you'd say a buy run. So here we go. There's a buy run here from John O'Gorman. Gets a free pass into the top 16, and he's going to battle Brent Mason, who we saw earlier. Take us away on this run, Dante. What are we seeing?
We're seeing he's hugging that midline. He's right where the judges wanted to be, and I can't see that outer zone whether he hit it or not. But he hit that those two inner clips quite well in that final outer zone. He filled it to the max, getting real wide on the ending of the track there. So done a really good job. He's showing off. Which is what John O'Gorman usually does.
Nice. So we got the TTI scrub box happening down. Ben O'Donnell is in the C6 Corvette, and we've got Bradley Knowles in the S15. TTI scrub box, really cool that we can represent the partners and stakeholders of D1NZ in the game as well. Bodie Motorsport, Donnie's just done an exceptional job, even from the bridge and the crossing. Pretty rad. So the Ben O'Donnell here, the highest qualifier, has chosen to lead first, watching the light tree in the middle of the screen, and when that counts down and goes green, that's when they can leave the line. So what happened in your qualifying pass, mate? Did you say you just got a bit of stage fright? Was that the case?
Oh, that's what my wife said. She told you. No, so I showed up late to the line, and I didn't actually think to do a full scrub. So I was running on cold tyres, but I think also a bit of it was my first competition, so I think I did run out of talent just a little bit. The initiation felt good, but then it scrubbed real wide. But we'll see how that goes with this run now, following these guys. Oh, perfect line there on the mid side of the section. The lead car is laying down quite a stable run, which is good. Makes it easy to chase.
Yeah, man, he was quick out of the box there. Ben O'Donnell just straight out there. Yeah, if he had kept up, that was a pretty fluid and stable lead for Bradley, but Bradley nowhere to be seen.
That yank tank creating the gap quite early on in the run too, around the sweeper.
Did you catch FD this? Did you watch a bit of FD this weekend?
I did get a little bit of a summary. I didn't watch the whole event because I was busy practicing with late last night with a lot of the lads. But some very, very good runs. But yeah, just it's interesting watching this new qualifying setup that they have.
I kind of
see a little bit controversial.
Yeah, I love the fact that change is inevitable in drifting, and drifting's not the sport. It's in its infancy. It's only 20 plus years old in most countries, and the fact that we can develop and mold it with new technology and do different things, I think we've just got to give it time and let it breathe. I like the principle of the Wally drift, and I'm sure they're gonna nail it, and it's going to only bring good things for drifting. All right, we swap over now, and we've got Bradley Knowles on the lead. Nice synchronized initiation there. They're both on a good line together. Good proximity here. They switch on through. Yeah, the C6 closing the gap here. Does he close himself out? No, he manages to keep it up. It's going to be all about...
You're seeing a lot more proximity on this run.
Yeah. It's going to be all about Ben O'Donnell in that run by the looks of it.
It was a good start to his run on coming around the sweeper. It was just that midsection that I think got him missing a couple of clips there. So we'll see what the judges say about that.
Yeah, so Darren Kelly locks in Ben O'Donnell, Joe Mulder locks in Ben O'Donnell, and it doesn't matter what Leighton says because 2-1, Ben O'Donnell will go through for the win. So next up, we have...
bit of a shout out to Bradley Knowles because he's a young fella. He's been practicing all week for Santa Ana Service. He's quite a good job.
For those kids at home or those people watching that are sort of going, there's no way 15, and I obviously before I get into that, huge shout out to Rhodey and the family and Bradley. Bradley's obviously got dad competing. Went and put a new muffler on, I saw, for Bay Park as well. For those kids at home like Bradley, what would you say? Is it hard? Like just jump in? What's the first step to getting it? Do they need the best gear? What's the advice? That was a question for you. Sorry, Dante.
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat the question? I was busy reading the tree.
Yeah, no, you're all good, man. I guess the advice would be like, how does one, like 15-year-old like Bradley, obviously he's got dad at home and he's into drifting, but if you're not into that, what do I do? Just get down to the local shop, save up some pocket money, and get a steering wheel and a Logitech $300-400, something like that.
Yeah, definitely. Like we all started somewhere, right? And we as young kids growing up, we grew up with different games. It's a good way to start. Like I don't know if you started there, but we started with Need for Speed Underground 1, which started drifting for us on the controller. Very basic, but you kind of get to understand it, and then you can level up from there. So
this is a sick battle coming through at the moment. So Angelo in the Chaser and Leon Smith in the Supra, really fluid, good proximity, one of the better battles so far in the top 32. And they swap over down the back straight. Pretty cool that we've even got a high drone camera. It's epic production from the boys, high drone and an FPV.
And that's a testament to this particular software. It's quite versatile. You can do many different things with it. Even going back to the scrub box, it's an important piece, like it is in real drifting. Right? You got to bring those tires up to temperature. Also, when you set the server in place, you determine the track surface temperature as well. So, like real drifting, it all comes into play. It's not just a basic game, so to speak. You've got all that technical stuff to think about.
Nice there. Apologies, AJ, if I've chucked you under the bus there, or there's lots of bus chucking always on this. Okay, so we swap over now. We've got Angelo on the right and Leon on the left. Let you lead this one away, Dante.
I mean, Chase car was quite high up on him from the get-go, but that proximity is real good. They're both online at the moment, filling that first outside zone. Chase car missed the inner clip, but that's okay. Closing up that proximity now, so a good battle all in all, but it did get opened up towards the end there.
definitely. We look at the the horn tooting away. What's the go with so right now we're seeing that we're in a Logitech G virtual D1 skin. So when we move to the next round and we move to people's own cars, their own setups and their own liveries, how far does that livery go? Can you do neons and lights, and is it just open slather?
From my understanding, yes, you can do a lot of different things. People do different lights and whatnot under the cars. It does make them the file size a little bit bigger, a little bit more technical. So I think for VD1 we'd probably keep it quite simple.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, I've seen in some other competitions some of those elements are turned off. So the battle between Angelo and Leon. Leon gets the win on that one. Leon goes through to the top 16. We'll see Angelo in the next round at Tonga. Next battle up, we've got Keanu and Justin. Keanu in the BMW and Justin in the S15, I think it is.
I was hoping to see Kenny compete today because he's been driving the BMW all week. And unlike a lot of us, he has a bit of a weakness, so to speak, because he doesn't have a handbrake.
Right.
So doing it all off pure talent.
Throw it in. Kano is part of the OCD drift team before they even came on here. Loves just that camaraderie and the bro sort of relationship, and really hopes that one day he'll be able to bring what he learns into the real world. He's out of Brisbane as well, one of our Australian competitors on the lead. Fantastic battle right now. Good proximity from the chase car on the judges line that they want to see. Bit of a bobble there from the rear onto the inside clipping point. Both on the outside clipping point. Both got to push wide. Nice. Shallows the angle out on the chase, but overall really good battle. Right, just waiting for the judges' scores to pop in. Just wondering if we've lost the engine noise. I've lost the engine noise in my ears. Oh, there we go.
It's back now.
Comes back in. It's just not the same, eh? So we have the same thing happen in the D1 broadcasts when the cameras lose engine noise. It's just, you've got to have it.
You can't feel the run. You can't get in amongst it.
Yeah, 100%.
And you can't hear if they're singing or not.
So Bay Park buddy, I asked Warren this question a bit earlier. Who's your money on, mate? You've got the local hometown hero, Dave Steedman, versus Taupo's finest, Mr. Connor Halligan.
I've got to be very careful what I say here. I've always wanted Dave Steedman to do really well at Bay Park. So I think I would. Whoa! We are seeing technical glitch there, I believe.
Oh, sadly we're not going to get a replay of that, but kind of looked like Keanu was right on the tail of Justin's S15, and whether that was contact. It's a real bummer we can't get a replay on this round. We will have replays for the future rounds. Sure the judges are going to be deliberating that one as well. If you've got the live stream, maybe we might have to just do a cheeky rewind. Boys push to the next battle.
Something that you can't really see from the camera angles is how well the track is built in with the bumps and the change in undulation. When you're driving, you can really feel it. Everything's bouncing around and like it does in real life.
Nice. All right, next battle up is Spencer and Jet Brewer. Spencer, the higher qualifier, choosing to lead. He's in the Corvette on the left. RX-7 on the chase. Good initiation. The RX-7 of Jet right there. Good proximity. Nice on the outer zone there. Inner clip, switches through, gets into the pocket. Nice and fluid here with the chase. Closes the door. That's what we want to see.
They've done a really good job of filling those outer zones, which is the most challenging part. It's filling those outer zones.
Jet Brewer, just 17 years of age, out of Tasmania. Competes in the VD1 Series as well. which many of the boys here in the series tonight compete in. Good to see that sim racing is actually really healthy, alive. We've been fortunate enough to do this series, but there's many more, the likes of the Virtual Drift Championship. We've been going about, what is it, 8 years now, Dante? Tracks all over the world. Oh, here's Willie. G'day, Willie. It's a bit...
G'day, Willie.
It's like he's had too many monsters.
Throw some money away, Willie.
Yeah, not sure what happened with that last battle. We're going into, obviously, we're into the next battle now. We swap over. Fantastic battle here from the boys. Great lead, giving a good chase, both on the outer and on the inner. Oh, they switch on free, closes the door.
Oh, look at the tap.
Slight contact there, which unfortunately hurt Spencer.
That was an amazing run.
So the battle before between Keanu and Justin, where we saw them exit stage left of the GT radial, was Justin Lockerbie went through on that one. This is the second pass of this battle. We look at Darren Kelly, scores it to Spencer Price in the Corvette. Joe calls it to Spencer, and it doesn't matter what Leighton. Yeah, and Leighton calls it to Spencer as well. Unanimous. Spencer goes through. So I wonder if we can look at our top on our battle tree. Is that possible? Just waiting for one more. All right. As we look down the drone, here we go. The battle tree so far for the first round of the Logitech G Virtual D1 Series. Maybe. Right, I can't see it on my screen, but it is on screen, so it's all good. So I'll read it off the sheets. So yeah, Nelson Allen versus Aaron. Nelson Allen went through. Cameron versus Daniel Pullenberry. Daniel Pullenberry went through regular in the pits at D1NZ. Luke Margetson and Brent Mason. Brent Mason goes through on that one. John O'Gorman, a seasoned competitor in D1NZ in the past, has gone through and still stakeholder in drifting over Isaac Carroll. Ben O'Donnell, Bradley Knowles. Ben O'Donnell got the win there. Bradley, we will see you at Bay Park in a couple of weeks, rooting for Dad. Angelo versus Leon Smith went through on that one. Keanu and Justin Lockerbie. Justin Lockerbie got the win, and Spencer versus Jet Brewer, and Spencer gets the win. Next battle up, right hand side of the tree now, we've got Kieran Johnson and Ethan Hyatt.
Backing up off the line there a little bit.
Kieran Johnson, Inglewood Taranaki in the VDC 180, out on the lead. Bit of a slight bobble coming on the sweeper, but he's on the line. The judges want to see a bit wide there in the chase. Gets that outer zone nicely done. Misses the inner clip. Oh, shallow angle from both of them, and that's all she wrote for the chase car. Sadly, that'll be a 10-0 for that one. Ethan Hyatt getting 0. So Dante, what's next with ATP? For those that don't know, tell us all talk. I guess you're the man behind the scenes on the camera of all this amazing content coming out of the FTC stables.
What is next? Well, we are building up to Bay Park. That is our big focus at the moment. We do have a couple of guests we're hoping to get along to make some content with at Bay Park. So we'll see what happens in that space. Our focus this year is really just trying to show a different aspect of the FTC team, make it a little more human, get to know Fango on a different level, because in the past we've just had very polished interviews, and we've never really gotten down to the nitty-gritty of what he's like in everyday life. So.
All right, yeah, nice, man, nice, and it's cool to see that behind the scenes look. And you guys obviously did an epic video. Oh, big initiation there It's got to be
Big
all done in
initiation.
one on this one because there's a 10-0. Oh!
Big angle.
Oh.
That is unfortunate.
What happened there? Did he quit? Or was it disappeared? Reset?
I think that was the automatic reflex of when you spin out, you hit the reset button to get out of the way of the chase car. So, unfortunately, there it was all wrong from the get-go. Stacked on lots of angle from the entry and the initiation, come around the sweeper, and that just loaded up that suspension to whip back when you come to the switch. So, very unfortunate. That was leading up to be a good battle.
Yeah, Kieran had the advantage there, even with a slight half spin, and was a good proximity. But Kieran Johnson called by Joe, Leighton kills Kieran Johnson, and Darren calls Kieran Johansson. Sorry, my apologies. So Kieran Johansson will go through to the top 16. Next battle up, we've got the Mazda driver John Hawthorne out of Australia versus Braden Howard.
Now, I've been driving with John for the last few days. Very consistent driver. Loves that RX-8. So we'll see how he goes.
What makes these guys choose these cars? Why choose the RX-8 platform over the, it's the VDC car pack? Is the telemetry the same? Are the physics the same, or have they got difference?
The physics is very different from car to car, as it would be in real life. From discussions with, as we call him, Hawksy last night, his preference with the RX-8 was just because it was something different. So
nice. Yeah.
But he's been pedaling it the last few days. He's very consistent with it. He's a ballsy driver. I do love chasing because he's very consistent as well.
He's chosen the lead. Mount Gambler on Braden Howard, both out of Australia in the BMW E82. Both competitors in the sim world. Great initiation from these drivers. Good angle on the lead. Good proximity on the chase. They switch through. Yeah. Oh, manages to scrub that
chase driver cut that off a little bit more than he could chew, closing up the gap there, and it closed him out for that switch.
Both qualifying in pretty close proximity there. John with 15 and Braden with 18. So how would you score that? If you're a judge, is that a, if you're, what would the advantage be you'd be scoring out of, say, 10 there, Dante?
Out of 10 for that lead line, I would probably be going for probably an 8. It was a very consistent lead line. There was minimal corrections from what I saw. But then again, I'm also not a judge, and I would hate to be a judge. It sounds like a very difficult job.
Got to do a big shout out to Darren Kelly, full-time New Zealand champ, our judge in D1NZ, for popping along. He's an avid sim driver as well. He's always out there with Taylor James, who's also in the backgrounds at the moment, and Mitch Lana. They're always jamming with the likes of Case Pullenberry and a lot of these dudes in the different servers. So big props to these guys behind the scenes. Joe Mulder as well, who was in our race control for about 10 years, and now she's the face down in the lane. Nice new fresh perspective, and Leighton as well. Check his TikTok out. He was a TP's finest and now becomes influencer. As we switch on over, Dante.
Braden in the lead. A very good setup into the sweeper. We are losing our chase car there, unfortunately. The judges will put that down to this lead line is going really well, filling all the zones.
Stacked on the angle there.
Finishing it off real well in style. Unfortunate for John there. He was very promising with his lead run. Without getting the flashing lights there, he knows what's going on. He knows that he's messed up, so he's given it the win. Celebratory skid, as we love. That would be a formal send-off on the drift road.
And official Braden gets the win. All three judges unanimously scoring it. Huge thanks to there's about 55 people that were coming into this round. 51 formally started. We've got the next driver up, which is Vaughan Cook versus Jaden Dubin. born in the A90 Supra. He was the higher qualifier. Oh, whoa, was that some sort of inception?
Bit of a glitch there.
Glitch in the matrix.
Off the line. We're moving quickly down the straight.
Yep, so he's chose to lead first.
Slightly late initiation there. Quite wide. He managed to just get that out of zone, hitting both in eclipse. Oh, and we've lost our chase car. Unfortunate for the chase car, losing a couple of wheels there out in the dirt. As Warren said to me, you can't dig a hangi pit over there, my friends.
We've lost Warren. Warren has exited stage left for the NRL. Bit of motion sickness as well. It's interesting how people take looking at it. Good to see Jaden though here, entered from Mount Maria in the GR86, only 17 years of age. So you know, with 15-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 44-year-olds. So it doesn't matter your age bracket here. And you know, at the end of the day, you don't need a $10,000 car to go do this. It's an affordable way to get into drifting, which is fantastic.
It is, and like we were talking about before, for young people getting into drifting, this is also a good way to get to know your pro drivers too, because it's not exclusive. The service level drive, they're all public available. So if you want to get to know your driver, your favourite driver in the real world, you can do that in the sim world. You can come up with the likes of Darren and Taylor and those guys as well. Mitch Lana out of Australia, he's quite often in the service, so it's good to have him.
Yeah, really cool to see that someone like Jaden, he's actually homeschooled in Australia, lives in the bush, he's got a 10-year-old Logi, and he jams it into youth motorsport. Unfortunate for him on the 10-0. Solid run here from both the drivers as well, though they've just got to complete this one out. Stable as, hitting all the, a bit late there on the chase car, but celebratory Super 6 coming up. Thank you, Jaden, for joining us in the first round of the Logitech Virtual D1 Series, especially when you're a Logitech driver with your gear. Good to see.
And that is a testament that you don't need the fanciest bit of kit to drive in VD world.
10 years old, yeah, man. Idea is just to get involved. Doesn't matter if you're at a marshalling, at a club day, or you're driving a BMW hack at Sky's Mary track. It's about being out there and being engulfed in the sport.
Sky might be a little bit offended if he hears you call his BMWs hacks.
Oh, well, sorry, yeah. Well, to be fair though, the BMWs that have been peddling around his track Ralph recent are definitely not what the Mary days were 3 or 4 years ago, right? So
no.
That's what the prisoners now.
Yeah, you get a bit of a mixed bag in Mary.
Alright, so yep, all 3 judges call Vaughan Cook, so unanimous. Next one up, Ryan Cooper and Josh Leckie. Highest qualifier was Ryan Cooper in the A90 on the left, on board right now with Josh Leckie in the R33. Love me a big whale
Chase
of an
has
R33.
him out of the box a little bit early.
That's hurt him now in the chase.
It has hurt him.
What do you do in that scenario, Dante? Is it just that you've just got to follow the judge's line, right? Just revert back to qualifying?
You've got to resort back to that qualifying line. You can't overcompensate and try and catch up, because you'll end up probably washing off the end of the track. So just do what you can. You can shallow up the angle a little bit. That kind of helps you to catch up a little bit, but going faster is never really the answer.
Yeah, and at the end of the day is, if you really force that mistake by going faster and you come off track, if you just actually bank the score, the next time the driver actually could get a 0, right? So it's a bit of a tactical.
It is better to just play it safe.
Well.
Safe. It's never over till it's over. Play it safe, bank a score.
I think the last time we saw
hope that the other
R33s,
person.
that is rad. Yeah, last time we saw R33s in D1NZ was Tully Pucky and Zach Paul. Show my age.
I do remember the Zach Pole 33 days in the early days in the white, and the beige colour too. What, champagne colour at one point.
All right, well it's all on Josh Leckie here to try to force a mistake, but he's given a big gap here. Ryan Cooper
do
playing
have big
it safe.
mistakes in the chase.
Oh, and And that will be all she
That kind of
wrote.
seals the deal.
Josh Leckie. Josh, thanks for taking part in the first virtual Logitech Virtual D1 Series. Straight out of Timaru. Oh, hang on. Could that be an OMT? No. There's not enough
Did we
mistakes.
have enough errors in the chase to make it OMT?
We just look at the judges' decision there. Leighton scores Ryan Cooper. Joe calls Ryan Cooper, and it doesn't matter what Darren calls because it was too late to the party, and it's 2-1. So Ryan Cooper will get the win. What's happening in the YouTube land? Now we have live replays with US CSPs, right? Yeah, live replays will be from round 2, but there will be live replays at D1NZ in a couple of weeks. So, no live replays today. I think the team's done a pretty freaking exceptional job getting this one done. Everybody just mucking in and making it happen for the good of the sport.
We're exploring new territory, aren't we, Brendan?
Handy.
New series.
All right, next battle up, Bailey Hanada, who qualified actually in 3rd position versus Blake March in 30. Blake had an entourage of family at Pukekohe up on the top level. There's about 100 of them. Bailey helping out Blake Miles for many years as one of his lead pit crews down there in Pukekohe. So E46 on the lead of Bailey and Nada. Good initiation there from both drivers. Oh, far too much angle though from Bailey. Commentator's curse. Sad. Bit of a bummer there. So the chase car's still got to finish this out though. So Blake, even though he's passed, he still has to finish out the run. Interesting rules. If you want to check out the rules and regulations on D1NZ, just go D1NZ.com. You can actually pass in D1NZ under the rules, especially if he doesn't come off track.
Can you?
And then you can repass. It's still judged. It's not instantly classified as a 10-0. So.
Was not aware of that rule. Interesting. You learn something every day.
So if you're wanting to download this Pukekohe track, it will be back up on VD1, which is under the just D1NZ.com VD1. Teretonga will be up in the coming weeks, and yeah, you can register for a wild card spot for Teretonga if you want to be in. Drivers tonight, some epic Logitech headset prize packs and up for grabs as we wait for the boys to swap over. How long have you been doing the drifting simulating side of things?
Simulation.
Right word?
COVID
What's the right
kind
word
of got
for
me into it. Simulation.
Simulation.
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, drift simulation. Yeah, probably 2020 when COVID hit. Darren Kelly got me into it to pass a bit of time.
Oh, Bailey not
some
giving
nice
an
speed
inch here.
coming off the line.
Yeah, lots of speed in a line here.
Ooh,
He's going to
very
tap
shallow.
him. Oh, door to door here from Hanada. Both get the outer zone there. Oh, but it's all over for Bailey. Look.
Bit of an over rotation there coming into the first inner clip, but
win it or
he
bin
didn't bring it back. But the judges will mark him down heavily for that.
Really cool, aggressive driving style there from Bailey, which is what we want to see. Bit of celebratory victory skids in the past from the boys.
We are seeing an increase in aggression coming into these later battles.
You got up next, Dante.
Across the battle
Official result there. Yep, Blake March gets the win for top 16.
Next we've got Zane Fairbrother and Shane Hayes. Zane qualifying 14th and Shane 19th. So Zane will choose with that level chase first.
So we started a bit behind, but we're what have we got? We've got 3 battles left of the top 32. Then we're straight into the top 16. highest qualifier was Zane. He's chosen to actually go for the chase. Pretty start. Interesting. A lot of people have been choosing to lead off the highest qualifier, but Zane's chosen to chase. Good chase it is as well. Good proximity. Shallows the angle out a little bit there, but he's on the line. The judges want to see. Oh, hits that outer zone nicely. Then he hits. Oh, commentating
Stalls
again. Cursed it up. Hits Shane.
Stacked on the angle there.
Oh, and Shane exits before the exit of the judges section at the end. So what is that, a 0-0? Like, got to finish the judge section right before as a lead driver.
Correct. I don't think the grass area was part of the judge section.
Yeah, I love those bonds for the tracks. It's probably a refreshing one here where you can just push a button and the grass is back.
Yeah, you'd save a lot of money then, wouldn't you?
It's a touchy subject, eh?
There's a touchy subject no matter what track you go to.
Well, Bay Park it's not, eh? Bay Park it's like there's one little bit that's grass that Kurt Blackie always seems to get, but besides that, it's walls. So
yeah, and Kurt Blackie seems to push his car into the wall more than anything. So
it's all for Zane right now on the lead.
Brilliant show.
Epic lead and epic chase going on.
Great proximity. Chase car mimicking that lead car really well, actually.
Yeah, Shane needs to force a mistake here. Ah, beautiful chase there by Shane, which is also thanks to a great lead there by Zane.
Good run by both of them. That switch at that proximity can actually be quite difficult. So very well done to both of those drivers.
The results.
AJ Johnson.
All three judges unanimous. Zane Fairbrother gets the win. Now we've got, oh look at that, the Ting Tools podium. This is pretty, this is testament to Bodie Motorsport and Donnie. And even if you zoom in on the trophies there, little drone operator. Go back to, no. Or the start line because there's cars potentially there. Nope, no start line. There we go. TTI scrub box. The amount of effort that Donnie's put in there, even on top of that, you've got the Ting toolboxes in the virtual world. You've got the trophies, just like the trophies in the real world. So really, really cool. And as we said, you can download this on Assetto Corsa from our website, and you can jam this track whenever you want. So really cool to be online, free. One car on the line, Dante.
Say James in the YouTube chat, only the lead car has to finish the run. If the lead car scores, chase car can pull out.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. CDT. This is where Warren always says, so just commentator.
So who do we have on the line at the moment? Is it AJ? AJ Johnson?
Ben van der Linden is MIA. So I think this is where, or is that him pulling up to the line now? I'm assuming it is.
Two cars. Never run.
Yep. Race control just steering me a little bit astray there, but no, we're good. Thank you, race control. All right, so highest qualifier was AJ. He's chosen to lead STP Drift Park. Check it out on Facebook. Mr. Van der Linden, he's got a pretty epic one. Oh, but he's missed it.
AJ quick out of the box.
He's missed the start. Benny boy, what have you done there? So he's still got to finish this run now.
Very wide line. Not quite where the judges want him, but filling that burst out of zone.
Good work from Benji on the drone.
Feathering the throttle. Feathering the throttle out to that last outside zone too. So
really cool. The next battle after this one, we actually get to see Donnie versus Chase, and Donnie created the track, and Chase created helped Dad create the track in Gizzy. So the H Blackby Drift Park, Chase Kake and Wedita, real epic job by them. Looking forward to what the future holds down in Gizzy. So, sitting there and waiting. We're on the drone. Wait for the boys to get back to the start line. So hopefully, if you're interested in getting your brand on a drift track and supporting your local business in sort of the northern region of the South Island, hit up Ben on Facebook through STP It's down at Kohatu Park in Nelson. We were getting the drifting series there. Sadly, I had to pause that, but they're pretty much there now, and we just need to get some support for Benny so we can finish that track and get down to the Nelson track. It's beautiful in that park. It's a huge.
That Tasman region down there is a beautiful region. Yeah. So I'm very keen to get down there to get a taste of that track.
Yeah, it's very deceptive from the photos as well. It's got massive banking, and it's quite long compared to your Mount Smart or your Bay Park. Probably same length as Bay Park, but just the actual drift section. Yeah, it's really cool. Can't wait to actually get the competition down there. So we're missing someone by the look of it. Is it AJ we're missing, or nope? That person right there. Next battle sitting there out on the track waiting.
What kind of configuration could we see at Nelson? STB?
Probably majority figure 8 coming back on yourself. Very similar to the Bay Park sort of lineup. As we get the front straight look. Oh, that's a cone. Well, those cones don't move in this game, eh?
They do not move. They will throw you off severely. We're going for a big lift right to left.
Oh, no.
And the understeer has kicked in.
So no damage on this one.
All she wrote.
Wow! Trying to take out the cameraman. Epic. A big shout out to also Mighty Team Pukekohe. I know there's probably no one listening here from Mighty Team Pukekohe, but Dean and the team there, I think they gave us in the end probably 2 trailer loads of orange and white paint to repaint all the rumble strips at Pukekohe, and it was a massive job by Joe Dirt, aka Janice, and Billy and Willie and all the team that volunteered. Yeah, there's Willie right there actually. Hey Willie, he's really struggling
Willie.
with the Mana Waves tonight, but
he's a little bit lackluster than his normal self.
yeah.
But you're right, the crew to do an exceptional
But if you
job
watch the
getting
start
Pukekohe
lines,
track ready for.
they've got a lot of energy. Not sure if the guys can actually show us, but the start lights actually do their own donuts.
Do they just?
Yeah, no, you watch. Well, the start lights can do a donut. Probably not the time to do it right now when we're in competition. But that's actually in the game, treated as a car. So I think the start lights can actually go do the whole track. I'm totally getting distracted here. This is the battle. Donny, lead RX8 ice qualifying in 11th with Chase Kake in the chase in the S14. What's the young kid from Gisborne going to do against the vet? Donny, huge initiation there from Donny. But Chase right there with Donny on the line the judges want to see. Out to the outside clipping point, into the inside clipping point. They both switch back. Chase collects him, but it doesn't affect him. Yes, young lad.
Putting the pressure on the young lad out of Gisborne. Okay?
Oh.
Don't discount the young fellas.
No. Did I just get that wrong? Who was on the lead? It was Donny on the lead, right? Yes, because we swap over. All right. Doing a Warren. All right, now we swap over.
Give it to Donny too. There was a few contacts in there, and it didn't upset his line very much at all.
I can't wait to see Chase actually out in Dad's car, one of Dad's cars. Yeah, so yeah, Donny was in the lead. I had that right. Epic driving there from the young gun from Gisborne. He's correct me if I'm wrong. I think he's 17 years of age, maybe 15, but he's young. Really cool.
Young name to watch out for.
Yeah, 100%. And his little brother was actually the voice on the Gisborne promo advert when we first did it. So huge shout out to the whole H Black B team. All of that. Here we go. We swap over. Chase now on the lead. Donny on the chase. Chase, big gap. Donny on the inner line here. That's going to be hurting Donny. Donny's going to have to close this gap up. Switches on through. Big angle from Donny. Chase just has to finish this run. Donny, what are you going to do? Oh, a dirt drop there from Chase. Woo! Shallows out.
An interesting call. A little bit straight out of the end by Donny.
Just going to go onto the live stream here and watch it as it comes through. So, excuse me. Oh, look, celebratory from both the drivers here. Epic stuff. Oh. Hey! Donny's got some hacks in this game, eh?
Donny's got all the secret mods. That's a bad mic trick, isn't it? Or a little bit more than a mad mic trick.
All three judges deliberating here. Darren Kelly calls it. Darren Kelly calls it to Chase.
Very interesting. Oh, here we go.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Told you it's Skids. Just some intermittent while we have the judges. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got it in. We've locked in. It's not unanimous. Going through to the top 16. Chase Kake gets the win. The young gun from Gisborne. Darren Kelly calls
Big ups to the young gun on that one.
Joe calls Chase, and Leighton calls Donny. Whoa. Oh, I've got to take this opportunity to do a big shout out to Donny though. Epic work, mate. Epic work on what you've created here. Team at D1, all of us really grateful for the work that you and Bodie Motorsport have put in. Probably thousands of hours. We've lost the little what do you call it? Start light. Where's it gone? There it is. Oh, it crashed. Even this yesterday, Donny creating this little light.
I'm not too sure who was peddling that has read the judges' criteria for line.
All right, so have we got a top 16 battle? It even does smoke. So it's killing our grass bond, eh? Man, it's got the burnout marks. Battle tree is up, ladies and gentlemen, so I can't see it, but I'm just going to talk to what I know. Nelson Allen versus Daniel Pullenberry. In the battle, we have Brent Mason versus John O'Gorman. Should be an epic battle. Ben O'Donnell versus Leon Smith. Justin Lockerbie versus Spencer Prize. Kieran Johnson on the right-hand side of the tree versus Braden Howard. Vaughan Cook versus Ryan Cooper. Blake March versus Zane Fairbrother. And AJ Johnson versus the kid out of Gisborne, Chase Kake. Whoa, there's the top 16. What I'm looking at right now is the Pukekohe hairpin. And I've just had race control say that they've got to wait for the traffic light to get back to the start line.
Does that count as a staffing issue, Brendan?
This is when we need Willie to do the 3-2-1 mana wave.
Your assets have gone away. AWOL.
I did encourage them to go play with it.
Who said virtual drifting was boring?
Oh god. We were scheduled for an advert break between top 16 and top 32, but we'll just keep going. So we've got the cars on the line, ready to go. Of Nelson. Nelson's a higher qualifier, so he's chosen where to sit himself. Nelson driving the Supra. And he's chosen to lead. Daniel Pullenberry in the chase, not a centimetre given. Daniel Pullenberry right on there with him. Switches on through, both on the outer zone. Hit the inner apex. Beautiful driving here from Pullenberry. Great lead, great chase, closes the door. Door to door, tire to tire.
An amazing battle. The timing in that switch is impeccable. Kept them on line, a good smooth line. It's quite easy to misjudge that first switch and overshoot.
I wonder if we can get an in-car
both of them
for the chase of is it Daniel Pullenberry? He'll be chasing now, right? So see about production.
You might even be able to get a passenger seat.
Oh. There's a competition coming up for all you guys on YouTube as well, where you can win a G-Shock, just like Blake Miles, one of those epic G-Shock watches. Any tickets purchased before this coming Friday go in the draw to win that. Blake Miles has many of them. I'm pretty sure Connor Halligan has a few as well. So just get onto D1NZ.com. Anyone purchased before this Friday, or if you've already purchased for the grand finale, where we will crown a new champion. Regardless, we will have a new champion that's never been a DK in 2 weeks' time. All right, we swap over now. Dante, lead it away.
Looking forward to a good aggressive battle. Big wide switch through there on the initiation. A little bit shallow by the chase car, but the lead car is running a really good line. We're a little bit wide on that inner clip and hitting that outer zone again. So a good lead line, not perfect, but an epic chase as well. So Very well done.
Love the back straight drag races there. There's a thing with Bruce Tan, always used to be Manfield back straight or front straight between battles. So it might be
gears down the back.
I remember Darren Benjamin doing it once down Manfield, and then his drive shaft Shinobu flipped him.
Not ideal.
Not ideal. That was in the that was in before pre-Hakaraya bought it, which is now the golden rocker that Hakaraya has.
Speaking of Mr. Hakaraya, the Māori Prince, very surprised that we didn't see him and his presence today in the competition. He's quite, he's very fun to drive with in the sim racing world.
Now, how would you have called that battle? Would you have called it to Nelson or to Daniel?
I'd be inclined to say Daniel.
Yeah, three unanimously. Daniel Pullenberry goes through to the top 8. Daniel Pullenberry goes through to the top 8. Maybe I wasn't watching at the time, so the Super looked pretty on form, but yeah, Pullenberry gets the win. Big shout out to Mr. Cody Lineham tuning in. Boys are on. Davis, great to see you, mate. You were driving phenomenal at Pukekohe. Loved what he delivered in the Chandler Escorting. Cody.
Also another young sim driver.
Yeah. I'm not sure why he didn't enter. Why didn't you enter, Cody?
Tell us why.
Yeah. Right, next battle up, Brent Mason and John O'Gorman. Oh, huge entry there.
Nice big flick. Kind of shadowed up a little bit. It's quite a good vantage from this sky high drone shot. You can see all the little micro adjustments.
Yeah, John O'Gorman giving a really good lead there, and some love taps there from the chase of Brent Mason. Brent, probably the driver that's the furthest away, sitting in Perth. Only thing he said on his entry form was, "Thanks for everyone for making it happen." Pretty rad.
It's pretty cool to have a bit of a Trans-Tasman competition again. We haven't seen that in real life for a while. Despite we do get a couple of drivers come over to D1NZ every now and again.
Yeah. Well, we can't forget. Outgoing champion or defending champion, Mr. Fink, and everything he brought to the sport over the last couple of years. He'll be at Bay Park, and he'll be there to, sadly for himself, hand the trophy over, but at least he got it. Well, yeah, there we go. There's the switch.
Yeah, big initiation. Oh, big angle in the chase.
Yeah, John stacking on the angle there. Oh, aggressive angle there coming out in front, but that's
wide.
All she wrote. John O'Gorman will get the hall pass through the top 8. That's like a supercar's helicopter camera. It's pretty sick.
It's quite impressive.
Something we haven't seen before with supercars cancelling today at Taupo. Benny Jenkins and Troy Jenkins.
Unfortunate.
Connor down there doing demos.
Did they get out to do demos in the end?
Yeah, man, they did demos yesterday.
Oh, they did. Very good.
So we look for the
It's
result.
a little bit up in the air, wasn't it, with the schedule changes with the SP1000?
So
the schedule got squished up a bit.
Yes. John O'Gorman, Leighton scores John O'Gorman, Joe Mulder scores John O'Gorman, and Darren Kelly scores John O'Gorman. So John O'Gorman through to the top 8. Next battle up. So we've got the Corvette, highest qualified, Ben O'Donnell. Qualified in 4th versus, versus There's Leon Smith in the chase in the A90 Supra. Nice proximity in the chase car there. Bit of a shallow line the boys are on, but they hit those triangles that Darren Kelly set out. The Corvette hitting the outside clip. Switches on through, closes the door. Bit of a messy chase there, unfortunately. Not as fluid as we'd want to see.
Not quite as much angle in the chase on there coming out of that last out of zones.
Now, was the lead a good lead? Oh, hello.
Oh, there we go, got a different angle. Now, you might have noticed there was very minimal adjustments in those runs there from both the lead car and the chase car. A little bit more in the chase, but not quite as much. It was a very stable lead.
So we swap over now. As the boys come around the back section of Pukekohe Park Raceway. Who knows what the future holds for Pukekohe Park Raceway? So there's no infrastructure left there. Majority went to Gisborne, Tech Park, with Aaron and Seaton and Stocky's new Baden Drift Park, Thunder Ridge, and there's the new, actually really sick high banked speedway just been built out of Mary. I'm not sure if you guys have seen that online, which a lot of the infrastructure's gone to as well, which is cool. We swap over now.
So Puke does live on in a way.
Yes, definitely. Someone needs to buy it.
A question from the YouTube comments: do the competitors have to be in first person?
Epic chase here from the Corvette. Ben O'Donnell just laying it down. All he's got to do is finish this out, and that'll be enough to seal the deal through to the top 8. First person.
Is there anything in the rulebook that states what you? I don't think there is there?
Yeah, no, good question. So we're talking about inside the cockpit, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. What, I actually, I'd have to go back and check the rule. I don't think we set a rule on if you have to be within the cabin or out of the cabin. And I guess chucking it back to everybody on the YouTube, what's the preference? What's the norm? Learning new things. Yeah, 21 Speedway, it's huge. It looks really cool, Cody. And mate, you should have been to Cody Lane Motorsport. Hopefully Dad's got that engine back in the hole. Good to go. Maybe double duties in there. First to hit the car.
Very consistent chase line. A bit of a bobble in the chase. Very consistent lead line. And a few adjustments in the chase. Last one.
So we go to the judges on that one. Leighton scores Ben O'Donnell for the win. Joe calls a one more time, and Darren Kelly calls Ben O'Donnell. So Ben O'Donnell in the C6 Corvette gets the win, 2-1. It's always good when you don't see when you see a bit of difference in the judging, on the calls. Justin Lockerbie and Spencer Price out on track now. Oh shit!
Oh, big contact.
Now, was that the lead car slowing down, or was that the Justin Lockerbie just coming in too hot? Can't tell you because I don't have the replay. Just get the Smart Steel Solutions recovery team out on track and we'll clear that up. So Dante, inside scoop, we're going to see a pro car back at Bay Park?
We would love to say that, but we will probably see the activation car mainly because the pro car looks very pretty the way it is, and I think it'd be a shame to put it in the wall at the end of the season.
That's what they're there.
It's always a discussion point. Whether we pull the pro car out.
We swap over now. We don't know who's got the advantage. I don't know. Just see who delivers this one. So.
Both hugging that mid line. lead car hitting that outer zone perfectly but missing the inner clip. Did we see a couple of wheels drop there? But back to the pro car chat. Question: it'll definitely be there, I believe, on display at least. So we can come and have a look at it. We did get it out for Beach Hop. That was pretty cool to actually have it running and out and about. So
nice.
We never know what the future holds. We may be able to bring it back.
And unanimous, not unanimous, but all three judges score Spencer Prize, and excuse me if I'm pronouncing the name wrong, who was actually the lower qualified, the higher qualified in 12th position. So he goes through to the top 8. So there we go, that's your in-person in the cabin view.
It's our chase angle we were looking for.
Hopefully we can stick with this up until initiation. So do you play with, nope, maybe not. Do you play with the VR? Have you ever tried?
I have for a number of years. I recently had my VR stop working, so I've had to switch to a screen setup in the meantime, but I will get back to VR as soon as I can, because I find VR is a lot easier to drive.
I think we've moved to the right-hand side of the tree. With Kieran Johnson versus Braden Howard. Kieran Johnson, you see on screen now in the 186. Thank you, Joe, for punching in what we've seen. As she judges, she also tells me what cars are what. So.
Yeah, I can't see the battery at all, so I'm relying heavily on everything you're saying, Brendan. So if you keep providing with
don't rely on anything I say as well as what Warren says in commentary.
Oh, Warren, I do wish Warren was here, and Kenny.
Yeah, it's just kind of ghosted us.
To be fair, I would like to be doing what Warren is doing. Hey, this is more fun.
I don't know.
But that's what I'm telling myself.
I don't follow the lead, I'd rather follow the drifting. Consume far too much motorsport, that's for sure. Hey, that's pretty cool. Did you just see that? Just flew through.
No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen.
Gotta give these young lads the credit where it's due. Flying the drone through the container. I don't think I've ever seen that on a virtual drifting. Alright, sorry, back into the battle.
Closing up that gap slowly to the switch. Missing that first inside clip. Filling that last outer zone, so not a bad run. Good proximity by the chase car.
What would you call it, Kieran, in the 180 or the V92?
I would probably go to the 92. Some of these camera angles, it's almost like going back.
Yeah, it almost gets a bit like on a roller coaster. Braden Howard, one of our Australians in the is it E92 or E80? Yeah, E92 out of Mount Gambier. I think they actually used to do a like a hill climb. I think used to do a drift a DCA event in Mount Gambier. Rings a bell. 23 years. Look at the judges. Leighton scores it to Kieran Johnson. Joe scores it to Kieran Johnson, and Darren Kelly scores it to Kieran Johnson. So huge props, thanks for Braden for jumping on board for round 1 out of Aussie. Good to see that the servers pinged perfectly while we're in a cyclone. Right, next battle up is highest qualifier was Vaughan Cook, and he's in the A90 and he's chosen to take the left, so he's chosen to lead versus Ryan Cooper, who's also in A90, so this won't be confusing at all.
A90 for the win.
A90 for the win.
Oh no, we're in Corvette. Corvette versus A90.
Is it? No, they both.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen.
You gotta stop doing that.
My other screen is lagging. It's like 20 minutes behind.
So the Supra initiates. Huge gap there by the Supra.
Ooh, big gap and big angle by our lead car.
Scrubs the speed off. Chase car tries to just cut the corner a little bit there to gain up some of that proximity. Ooh. Nice and fluid, but...
you have seen a chase car launch the front end into space there, going over that last rumble strip.
Some epic shots on that rumble strip. I'm sure next round we'll have some replays, but they get like a good meter off the gear. Meter off the gear, I should say.
They're quite violent to drive in sim.
So Spencer just chiming in. He was running the VR in his run. That's pretty cool. And the Corvette. You see sometimes there that I don't know how it works with virtual reality. When you look left, if the actual you can see guy in the car. This dude, if you're in VR, does his head turn?
I don't believe so.
Good little flick and initiation there on the lead car. Nice line by both drivers here. Scrub off the speed. Oh, and drone operators had a
drone pilot.
Nice, nice battle, nice lead and nice chase by both drivers there. I'd say the advantage will probably go to the first run. Consistency. Highest qualifier will probably get the win on that one, I would imagine. Looking at the judges, Leighton scores Vaughan Cook, Joe Mulder calls Vaughan Cook and says Darren Cook. Vaughan Cook gets the win. Supra gets the win.
Leon Smith saying thanks for the comp VD1. So it's great to have a first off of this comp.
D1's biggest fan, Tank Tickle, in there as well. Good to see you're still around there, mate. Alright, so next battle up. Blake March and Zane Fairbrother. Zane's had a bit to do with the virtual side over the years.
Is this Mr. Danger Graphics? Correct?
Yeah, I think so. Don't know much about Blake. Drivers waiting for the start line lights. Nice. Only thing we're missing when you get the drone shot is actually seeing the little drone flying in the camera shot. Good initiation by both drivers there. They're on the line. The judges want to see a bit of a shallower line there from the chase car. Switch on through. Bit of a bobble on the lead car now. Hits down the clip. Nice line there. Unfortunately, the chase car scrubbing some speed out there, which is
very nice line by the lead car. Sliding Kiwi 843 saying thanks for the opportunity. So hopefully we'll see more rounds going forward, right, Brendan?
3 rounds to go, yep. So is fuel on in this BRM 4149, which is obviously one of the drivers? No, there's fuel. So, yeah, we know. Yeah, so tyre wear's obviously on. 2.5 laps, I think the drivers were saying, to a set of tyres.
Yeah, you can get about 2.5 laps out of a set of tyres, including your scrub. So you lose quite a bit during the scrub. Probably get 2.5 out of it after that. As for fuel, it all depends on how much fuel that the competitor has put in their car. So I think you spawn with 10 litres, which will get you 1 lap, maybe 2.
So you actually, as a driver in Logitech G VD1, you have to fuel your car? Like you actually have to set how much fuel you've got, or it just automatically?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, right.
When you spawn in and load your tune to your vehicle, you select how much fuel you're carrying. And that adds weight to your car as well, so it'll change the physics.
Right, cool. Blake's going to be looking for something here. Big gap extended out
Quite
there.
a wide line by our lead car. Managed to get back and hit that out of zone though, which is impressive.
Stacks on the angle, which opens up the door for the chase car. Whew. Are you calling?
So that lead was pretty good, so I probably have to go with the lead car. I mean, back to the fueling thing. There's a few drivers out there that are loading extra fuel into the car, just for that weight factor.
Ooh, interesting seeing what the judges are deliberating here. So, 2 judges locked and loaded. And it's, so Leighton calls Blake, Joe calls a one more time, and Darren calls a Zane, which means
one more time.
One more time. And
Warren wouldn't be happy if there was one more time.
Yeah, we abolished protests this round, much to the disgust of a couple of people, but you know, it's just we're here to cook some fun up, get the first one done, and you know, just iron out the systems and kinks. But good to see.
Maybe you just say, if you want to protest, you have to show up in person. See if anyone makes the effort to drive to our house.
Yeah, no, they won't be happening. All right, looking forward to this one. Is this the one more time from earlier, or is this AJ and Chase?
Yeah, Super looking pretty there.
So I'm
looking at the right screen now, so it's not a Corvette on mine.
Yeah, no, I'm totally lost for a second here because we actually don't have on the screen which driver it is. I'm assuming we've gone to the next battle in the tree, but maybe not. So we're going straight to the one more time? So we're going straight to the one more time. Because effectively, do you have to reset to get your tyres and gas again, Dante? Is that all you do? Reset to the pits?
Correct, yeah. Hit the reset button. You don't have to pull the rattle guns out and flip tyres. Here we go. With the push of a button, you've got freshies now.
Zane's chosen to lead Blake March in the chase.
Nice initiation there, holding that nice midline a little bit wide. Not quite what the judges want to see. Filling that outside zone, hitting the inner clip. Will he hit the second one? Yes, he does. And then filling that last outside zone. A very nice lead.
Yeah, really good lead.
Zane in the lead.
Yeah, and that allowed Blake to have a pretty consistent chase. Wasn't door to door or stacked, but no major mistakes. So I'd say slight advantage there would be to Zane, but you know, if Blake comes out with a cooker, then it could go the other way. But if Zane comes out with an epic chase, we'll go to Zane. But what do I know? Not a judge.
A lot of credit goes to the lead driver as well for a good chase, because the chase driver can't put on a good chase without a good lead. So. Whoop. Reckon the batteries went flat in the drone, is it?
Sit there and wait for the lights. It's time for Zane to just dial it in and door to door. No gap given. They switch together. Nice. Lead car stacks on the angle, which allows the door to be closed by the chase car with Zane. Oh, a bit of a slight bobble there with Zane to close the proximity. Oh, but the lead car goes off. Was that one or two wheels?
Did we drop a wheel there?
Might be enough.
Super 6 to finish off.
Into the wall. They both made mistakes on that run.
They did. A few mistakes by Zane in the chase, which was interesting to see. A little bit early in his transition, I feel.
So I don't just wait for the judges to lock in their scores. And it looks like Zane gets the win. One more battle to go, and then we're into the top 8. And it is the battle between the young gun, Chase Kake from Gizzy versus AJ Johnson. AJ Johnson in the S13, Chase in that, what looks like a supercharged S14. And AJ choosing to lead first, so Chase will be in the chase. He's out of the gate really quickly. AJ slow off the mark. Switches on through. Chase on an inner line here, but manages to close it back up. Door to door, switches on through. Oh, but Chase!
Oh no,
no!
Chase!
Oh wait, what?
Whoa, hold on. I think we had a glitch there.
You saw what I saw, right?
I saw what you saw. I think we had a bit of a must have been latency issue. Finally, we had a replay. From the other angle, it did look like Chase got a little bit closed out coming through the last section.
No idea what happened there. I'm just trying to. Fast forward my live stream just to see what you guys are seeing. Scrub button on the live stream is not as easy. I don't know. You guys in the in the YouTube world, tell us what you guys reckon. Has Chase got the advantage? Has AJ got the advantage?
That's definitely something we've never seen in the real life world, is it? Someone going through a wall.
Yeah, but then instantly being able to be back on the chase. Alright,
teleportation.
Foot full to the floor. That was like in the real life. There was just rubber from the start gate all the way through. Great initiation there from both drivers. Bit of a shallower angle there from Chase. They switch on through. This is pretty even on the mistakes here. AJ closes the door. Chase pushes it out wide. Oh, AJ now closes the door but hits him.
Oh, big contact.
Big contact there from AJ. Oh.
What will the judges say about that? Was it the lead car's fault? Or was it the chase car? What's your call, Brendan?
My call is leave it up to the judges.
Does Chase's trickery get accounted for in teleporting through walls?
I think that might have been that. Is it in the comments? They're saying desync or like you know, the server. Wait for the judges to punch some scores in there. So Leighton punches a score and calls it to AJ. Joe punches her score, AJ, and Darren calls it to AJ. So AJ Johnson goes through on that battle. Chase, bloody epic, mate. Really cool to have you along, and appreciate all your efforts with Gizzy. Solid driving to make it into the top 16. Not sure what happened there with the battle, but we'll see you at Bay Park. Top 8 battle on screen. So there you go, the top 8 battle tree. You've got on the left hand side Daniel Pullenberry versus John O'Gorman, Ben O'Donnell versus Spencer Prize, Kieran Johansson versus Vaughan Cook, and Zane Fairbrother versus AJ Johnson. And disclaimer, I apologise if I'm announcing your names wrong. Take it away, Dante.
Alright, fast out of the gate. Straight neck and neck. About a car length of distance between, opening up the gap. Lead car's scrubbing really wide. Will he make it back? No, not quite. Do we see a wheel drop this end? chase car closing up the gap, going down a really solid chase despite what was going on in the lead. What's your call on that one, Brendan? It was dicey.
At the stage, just being
Are you pulling my tricks?
That's right.
Right, that's fine. Oh no. Right, drivers come back down the back end. It's quite a bit of distance coming all the way around, but the guys seem to be getting a lot of practice pucking 6th gear down the back straight and getting back to the start line quite quickly.
Yeah, so after this battle, we'll pay some bills and take an advert break for those sitting there waiting to get into the next battle. So we'll do this one, find a winner. We'll just go to our advert break. But back to you, Dante.
Yeah, out the gates. Both cars out there quite quickly. Our chase car, getting a little bit ahead of our lead car. We're going for a big initiation. Plenty of angle. The chase car's a little bit shallow there, but putting on a good chase nonetheless. Big angle because of the switch. Or a little bit wide by our chase car, dropping a wheel in that last outer zone. So, good effort.
Pull&Beary and
we'll see how the judges come down on that.
So yeah, Pull&Beary and O'Gorman in that battle, 2 seasoned drivers, both for Pull&Beary obviously in the pits helping the boys out throughout Darren and the Pull&Bearys, and we'll just wait for the judges to give us the result on this one, and then we will get into an advert break. So Leighton calls Daniel Pull&Beary, Joe calls Daniel Pull&Beary, and Darren calls Daniel Pull&Beary. So Daniel Pull&Beary getting the win over John O'Gorman for the top 4. Stick around with us, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the Logitech G Virtual D1, the drifting championship for Australia and New Zealand. We'll be back with you momentarily.
This season has been relentless. The margins between these drivers have never been tighter. 99.1 points split by fractions. Championships won and lost in a single run. Every round has built to this moment. Mercury Bay Park Stadium, the 2026 D1NZ National Championship Grand Finale. Tonight we find out who has what it takes to be called Drift King. Tickets on sale now. You won't want to watch this from your couch. Get your tickets at D1NZ.com.
Let's get it! We got the spiciest K series built.
Supercharged Ford Eliminator engine.
Oh, good old SR20. So rowdy.
Naturally aspirated, 1,000 horsepower, LS-based engine. And then we're going to add nitrous on top of it.
Running an S54 controlled by Link ECU.
Link, direct injection, EcoBoost, Fox body.
I actually put an F824 in it.
B58, E46, Link ECU.
No matter what engine you have, it's stock K24 or it's a 1,000 wheel 2J. Link ECU all day.
GT Radio. Experience ultra high performance.
Yo, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Logitech G VD1 Virtual Drifting Championship, first time ever here in New Zealand. The drivers competing 4 rounds across New Zealand that we've been competing on in the real world. And we will be taking one driver all the way through into the real life comparison. That's right, we'll follow the journey of building a car, everything that goes into a pro sport car, pro spec car, and then actually put them in the car and let them compete in the development series. Very cool, but we're back into the action now. We saw Daniel Pullenberry go through to the top 4. Ben O'Donnell versus Spencer Prize out now. Dante, welcome back from the far north.
Great to be here. No cyclone up here, mate. We're good to go. Now we're seeing Corvette versus Corvette in this one. Is that what we're saying? Yeah, neck and neck down the front straight. Light initiation. We are midline, where the judges want them. Back into that outer zone, just hitting that inner clip, both inner clips, and then filling that outside zone. Good proximity by the chase car on this one. Very good from both drivers. Didn't think we were going to see Corvette versus Corvette in this competition, but here we go.
Yeah, no, I'm really, Ben O'Donnell has been in a Corvette the whole way through, and so has Spencer, so I just had something written wrong in that one in my Google Sheet because I was expecting that as well. Ben O'Donnell qualified in 4th, so definitely the favourite here coming into it. Now, if you guys are sort of just tuning us in the Oversteer TV world, you guys can definitely get into this yourselves. The next round we'll be taking wildcards in the car pack. If you've got Assetto Corsa, and if you don't, it's really easy. Just go into Google Assetto Corsa, you download it. It's you can get it from Steam. I think maybe $20, Dante. Get the content manager and you're straight in. The tracks are free that we make thanks to Bodhi Motorsport and Logitech G. Alright, we switch over now. Corvette versus Corvette, which is definitely different. It's been the Supra that's been the most consistent today. Great chase here. They switch on through, gets into the pocket. Now he's going to scrub off the speed side to switch through. Takes a bit of a shallower line there over the clip. Pushes out wide. Really hard one to determine a winner on this one. 1, because they're both Corvettes, but 2, it's pretty consistency and they're leading the chase.
There started quite a bit of a gap between the two of them in the initiation, but closed it up. Chase car closed it up through the midsection, and then the lead car pulled a gap again towards the end. So hard one to call. We don't want to be a judge, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Cameron Bonham, I don't know who's who. Yep, neither do we.
Yeah, so the judges already locked and loaded. All 3 unanimous through to Spencer. Spencer gets the win. He goes through to the top 4. Burning and churning, hard and fast here for the first round of the series. We were scheduled to actually run a bit longer than this, but yeah, we've made the time back up from earlier on, which is really cool. So next battle up, we've got we should have Kieran Johnson and Vaughan Cook. Vaughan in the A90, the high qualifier, choosing to Kieran Johnson, the highest qualifier, choosing to lead.
Nice angle coming through that midsection, hitting that under those inner clips. Ooh, a chase car dropping the wheel by the looks. I saw a little bit of dirt flying. Nice consistent run by Kieran Johnson, is it?
Vaughan Cook, probably a Vaughan Cook competitor in VD1NZ, sorry, not VDC. VDC is the kind of the long-standing one that operates kind of in the Northern Hemisphere Virtual Drift Championship. There are New Zealanders that do it as well, but often the internet and the ping doesn't allow some of these Northern Hemisphere championships to run. So Kieran now in the chase and Vaughan on the lead. We switch over. Who's got the advantage there, Dante?
Well, we've seen time and time again that the A90 Supra is quite a competitive platform. But I think our 186 in the chase laid down quite a solid lead lap, so it all comes down to this. Our lead car hitting both in Eclipse, just a little bit shy of our outside zone. Oh, and a little bit of an upset in the chase.
Yeah, Kieran Johnson was actually doing really well, and it was fluid by both drivers the whole way through that section, and then right at the end, right at the last part of the corner, it's just like he just either gripped up or lost the gear or just, yeah, lost the wheel and came out of drift right before the finish line too. So I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to put him on the trailer, so to speak, or whether it'll be enough to push him through from everything else he's done. Judges lock it in, and it's unfortunately enough to put him on the trailer. Vaughn Cook goes through to the battle for the top 4. Kieran Johnson, who was the high qualifier, out in the top 8.
Celebratory skids by Vaughn.
So, TTI scrub box going down. Zane Fairbrother, he's the A90 Supra, and then AJ Johnson, he's in the S13. We should be seeing AJ choosing, yep, so he's chosen to, what's he chosen to do? Chosen to lead. So new rule this year in D1NZ is the highest qualifier can choose which lane they want to go to, and whether that's a mental aspect or just an advantage in different ones is to be said. So Zane Fairbrother on the chase.
Big initiation. Chase has closing the gap. A little bit of a bubble in the chase. Both cars rushing through that outside zone. Quick through the switch.
Yeah, really consistent lead there. I would weight that towards AJ. He was on the line the judges want to see. Not as fast as Zane in the Supra, but not that I'm a judge, but scored a slight advantage to AJ Johnson on the lead there.
There was a couple of bubbles in the chase there, so hopefully Zane can lay it down in his lead. Maybe force the error, but we'll see.
What's happening in the Facebook, the YouTube world here? Where do they follow you, Dante? Is it ATP still?
Yes, we are putting a bit more content on our socials nowadays. We were mainly supplying it to our clients directly, but now we tend to share it just to give it a bit more push. So yeah, ATP, all sorts of media, you'll find content there for the NZ stuff. Right. A90 Super out of the box. Chase car closing the gap.
Epic chase right now going on by AJ.
Very epic chase.
Big angle from the Supra stacking on there. It's doing everything there to try to win. Oh, bit of a touch.
Rumble strip there.
So that was AJ Johnson's one to lose there, but out of the Gold Coast, the Australian, he's had a VDNZ, sorry I keep saying VDNZ win in the past. He came over and he jumped in Jordan Grant's S14 at Summer Bash, and I think he's got some sort of relationship there with Mac Kwok as well, so epic driving from both those drivers there. Great to see Zane in there as well. For the first round, and looking at the judges' results, Leighton scores at AJ Johnson, Joe scores at AJ, and Darren Kelly scores at AJ. AJ Johnson goes through to the top 4. We were scheduled for an advert break here, but we just had one, so we'll go bang it straight through, burn and churn straight into the top 4, as long as we've got Mr. Pullenberry and Spencer in the lobby ready to go. Alright, so we'll have a look at our battle tree. Yeah, there we go. And so there you go. That's how it's all played out through the top 6, top 32, top 16, top 8, Then we've got on the left-hand side of the tree, Pullenberry versus Spencer Price, and on the right-hand side of the tree, Vaughan Cook versus AJ Johnson. So we are down to the pointy end
Lot
of
love
the
for
first
Spencer in the YouTube comments.
So Pullenberry on the chase. The Corvette versus the S15. Corvette giving a really nice good lead here. Switches on through. Aggressive switch to that outer zone. Gets the inner clip. Nicely done. Oh, but pushes wide. Now it's all for Pullenberry. Shoosh! That name, synonymous in New Zealand drifting now. Really looking forward to seeing what wildcards also pop up over the next week, coming along to the D1NZ Grand Finale. Heard that there's some Australians potentially coming. Some Australians. Maybe
who
some.
Who would the fans like to see as well?
Yeah. Let us know in that.
Who do the fans want to see come to D1NZ podcast? Who would their pick be?
Yeah. So, oh, hello, KCL. Good to see you there, mate. Hopefully we see you at the Bay Park final. Who would you like to see make a guest appearance at the D1NZ Grand Finale, Mercury Bay Park? Nice commute there too, boys.
Case and Cody Pullenberry. Got the name been thrown out there. AJ and Shanahan. Some big names in drifting.
Yeah, Shanahan having a pretty solid run in the FD today. Long Beach. Good to see Zalia Mir also over at FD Long Beach as well, getting in amongst it. Big gap here pulled by the S15. Pullenberry. Oh, and look at that. That is all cooked for the Corvette. What does this mean?
Just got to finish it. I think we're seeing a Pullenberry.
So that'll mean that if it is Pullenberry going through to the battle for first and second, it'll mean Spencer goes through to the battle for third and fourth. If I'm right. My tree doesn't show any of that.
Waka Productions asking for me to wildcard in the RTR.
All right, so is it unanimous? We have a look. We haven't got anything from Leighton in there, but we do have two results. Darren Kelly, four-time New Zealand champion in the Logitech G R35, calls it to Pullenberry. Joe Mulder, Decam Fabrication, calls it to Pullenberry, and Leighton punches the score. Unanimous. All three call it to Pullenberry. So here we go. We've got the battle for first ready to go. First battle for first. Second, we'll get the battle for third and fourth. But first we find out through Vaughan Cook and AJ Johnson who is going to meet the name Pullenberry in the finale. How cool is that, bro? That we have that name at the top.
Lives on.
Something in that.
There's a trifecta of Pullenberries.
Bring back Vinnie Langhorne. How could would that be? Kawabata. Ha! Yes! Oh, Michelana, someone says. That would be cool. All right, here we go. Epic battle so far. Really, oh, look at that, Dante.
Big angle. Look at it. Big angle coming into the switch. Proximity's maintained all the way through. What a chase. What a lead.
Yeah, epic driving by both of these drivers.
Oh.
Supra has been cooking. Got to do a quick shout out to the boys at Rebel Broadcast as well. Case and Thomas and Benji and Reed, who have put all this together for us behind the scenes. Benji flying the drone. I don't even know how they're doing this drone camera at the moment. He's also been driving the start lights in practice. But yeah, magic work from the team at Rebel. If you guys need live streams, broadcasts, anything like D1NZ, whether it's boxing, sporting, anything, weddings, funerals, preferably not funerals, hit up Rebel Broadcast. They do it all. Volleyball, motorsport, you name it. All right, we swap over.
Do you play volleyball?
No. Pretty shocking on the whole sport front, to be fair. Drifting consumes...
I'll be keen to see a broadcast of that.
Yeah. Someone is doing a burnout in the background, eh? You can hear it. All right, here we go. We swap over. Vaughan on the lead. AJ on the chase. How aggressive is he going to be? Big initiation there from the Supra. He's out wide. He switches on through. Is he going to get the outer zone? He gets it nicely. AJ comes to close up the gap. Gets in it. Cuts the corner a little bit, but scrubs it. Messes up the switch a little bit. The Supra closes the gap right at the end, and this drone operator just all in their business. Right. Who's your money on? Who do you call on that one? Is it going to go the Supra or Zane Fair brother, or is it going to go AJ?
Well, I think I'm biased to the Supra.
Yeah, same, eh?
Do we need a recovery vehicle out on the back straight to pick up that Corvette? We might as well put it here on the job.
Is there a Corvette out the back straight? It's hanging out.
Surely the team at Smartsteel can sort that out for us.
Alright, so we wait for the judges. We have 2 judges locked in, so it doesn't matter now. Darren Kelly, 4 times. Called it. Vaughan Cook. Joe, Vaughan Cook. Leighton, Vaughan Cook. Vaughan Cook gets the win to battle for first and second, so the battle now for 3rd and 4th position will be between Spencer and AJ Johnson, so they'll be back in the pits. This is the part of D1NZ that gets really frustrating and boring, because you're at that point in real life, you're at that pointy end of the championship and you're waiting for people to do tyres and gas, because you know the battles have just done, and that's the dead air. It's like we need a tyre that lasts 4 battles, 6 battles. Someone invent something. Alright, what are the live
we could get the start lights to do a demo run sweeper.
Got 1 car on the grid. Everyone was like, Vaughan, Vaughan, Vaughan. Judges are blind. Vaughan. Oh, shoosh. Some love for Vaughan there. There we go. All right, so we're scrubbing in the TTI scrub box, and we're straight into it. Man, this is burned and churned. It's 8:26 p.m. Appreciate you guys all tuning in with us.
Pit crews are working extra hard getting those tyres changed.
Boys loving the VD1NZ boys being out on top. And we're talking about that earlier in the broadcast, where it's just the show componentry of the practice, the muscle memory being seat time. It all matters, and it's an important part with a lot of the re-scrub there for what do we got? S-Birding versus Corvette versus S-Birding. Right, so we've got Spencer on the Corvette. Highest qualifier was AJ by the look of it, I think. Don't quote me. So he's out on the lead. Both initiate pretty much together. There's an inner line there from the Corvettes. Big close of the gap there, an aggressive switch. Nice and fluid. The Corvette just surging.
Corvette closes the gap there, right at the end.
It's like they don't...
It must be gripped up.
Yeah. It's like he had more grip, more power. No games being played here down the back straight. What happens at prize giving, Dante? Are we just going to be like, we'll just announce a winner and that'll be us?
That's an interesting concept, though. We've never done this before.
Yeah, so first prize, obviously, for the round prizes, takes out a Logitech G A50 headset. I think it's about $600. Second place takes out an A20 headset. So the A50 is actually like full wireless Bluetooth docking, and then third place takes out the G522. And then there's all sorts of ones, but it's points on the board, and that's the main thing here, because they're competing for a real life drive in the 2027 D1. So here we go, the battle for 3rd and 4th, out on track now. Spencer leads with AJ in the chase. Who's going to initiate first? Oh, they initiate together. Look at AJ on the chase, but he shallows up the angle, but he goes door to door, switches through the Corvette. Nice line by the Corvette, hits that. Both on the AJ closing the door now. Bit of a shallow angle, A pillar rule. Whoosh.
What a battle. We're starting to see way more aggression in this top 4. Really wish we had a replay. Nice to dissect that run.
Yeah, team, we'll definitely get that sorted for next round. This round was just getting away. I'm pretty proud of the team for what's been achieved through Bodie Motorsport and the liveries and the cars and the consistency in the packs, consistency in the run. The drivers also putting on an epic show. Sort of one thing we have to remember always with drifting is there is no show without the drivers. A lot of the prizes this year and a lot of our investment from our sponsors has been weighted towards giving the drivers better prizes and better return, which is cool. So.
And we've got a lot of support in the comment section.
Oh, did you see that?
Yes, as well.
Did you see that little game?
Nudgy nudge.
Little nudgy nudge. Come on, then. We're all friends here. Oh, look, they're going to have words now.
It's down to... We're at the business end.
Oh, gosh. What are we waiting on there, guys? What are we waiting on?
So prize giving.
Yeah, we'll wait for prize giving, apparently, is what we've been told.
Do we line them up on the front straight again?
Can we do that?
As normal, and then allow them to do.
Yeah, we'll line them up on the front straight. Yeah, so we'll have AJ and Spencer line up on the front straight after the battle for first and second. So it's Pullenberry versus Cook.
As is tradition, we want to see some unhinged celebratory skids.
Yeah, blow the tyres off. That's a thing, right?
Yeah, we can wear them down. We can pump some smoke.
All right, so the VD1NZ driver of Vaughan Cook versus Pullenberry. I'm not sure if Pullenberry's got... he's done VD1NZ as well. So they're both VD1NZ drivers and they've placed... Pullenberry in the chase. What is Cook going to be able to pull out in the lead? Who's going to initiate first? Gas straight off the start line. Both switch in together. Epic
Good
initiation. Pullenberry just shallows up the angle.
Amazing proximity straight off the bat.
Cook stacks on the angle now. Lets him close back that door. They're both at the outer line. A little bit of a love tap there coming out of
consistent lead
19.
line.
Nice.
Big ups to Pullenberry for closing up that gap.
Gripped up, brother.
Some amazing talent we're seeing out of the virtual world right now. Have you had much to do in the virtual world, Brendan?
No, I haven't actually.
Cut many laps?
No, I get motion sickness. DM Drift, PB Drift, Jamison Civil will all be rooting for Pullenberry right now. He obviously crews for Darren Murray, associated with the Pullenberry team. I know Tuakau and Waiuku and Pukekohe will be going nuts at the moment. All the VD1NZ boys will as well. Here we go, last pass for the night potentially. Cook on the chase. What can Pullenberry do out on the lead? The first round of the Logitech G Virtual D1 Series. Big initiation there. Pullenberry there. Cook right in there with him. Switches on through. Synchronized through that outer zone. Both hit that inner clip and the next inner clip. Follows through. Cook now looking to close the gap, but Pullenberry pulls away. I don't know, Dante.
What a run.
What a run. What a battle.
That's a tough one.
Let's just do it again.
That is a tough one.
Run it back.
We've got time. We've got all the time for the OMTs. Which is a very strange concept when you think about D1NZ. Having time.
The no replays and also the no mechanicals or protests or tyres or gas. Definitely runs the competition a bit faster. But that is the benefit and joy of the virtual world. Appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Obviously, hey, housekeeping. We're 2 weeks away from the Nakura Bay Park D1NZ Grand Finale. There's one thing watching it on online, but that place, it's just the atmosphere. There's nothing like it in New Zealand. You stand on those cars as they drift under you under you, literally like 1 meter right there. It's a vibe. So we wait for the judges to find out if we've got a winner.
And a big shout out to these drivers too. Like, this is, whilst it's considered a simulator or a game, it is by no means easy. It's just like real life. To lay down consistently run after run after run. I think I proved that in my qualifying run at how easy it is. And I get the feeling no one's going to let me live that down. But yeah, onward and upward. We'll do our best in Te Ratonga.
Alright, so I think we're hearing that the boys will be called down to the Team Tools podium area. Well, the Corvette looks like it's having a bit of a stutter in the left rear. So come on. So we do, just talking to race control, we have a winner. Yep, we have a winner. So we'll go to podium. Sadly, let's just see what happens.
Do we do a biggest entry into the
Can we do a 4-car tandem at the end of this? Wait, where are they going? Oh yeah, that's the podium. the light joined them.
Whoever has the most stylish entry into the podium area.
Whoever's driving the light, can they drive it out onto the racetrack? What about a helicopter drone? This is where we're like, oh look at that, everyone, look, these guys have done this before, right? They're parking up. So we've got the S15 there of Pullenberry, we've got the Supra of Cook there, we've got all the drivers. So we'll just wait for them to line up and our cameraman to sort his business out.
What if we get the drone to land on whoever won?
Oh look, we've got the podium shot. How cool is that? Look, the light tower. The light tower just joined us. The Logitech G virtual D1 start light has joined us. Oh, we've got on cars. Oh, there's even people at the podium. Oh, now we've got a drone. That actually looks really realistic. All right, now we don't have people though. Can we just show the trophies? Is it possible to show the trophies? The drone operators there. All right, well, so we won't drag this on too much longer. So in 4th position. Waiting for my sheet. In 4th position in the S13, AJ Johnson, which means in 3rd position, coming in the Corvette Spencer Prize. And excuse me again if I've announced your name wrong. So 3rd position, Spencer Prize. 4th position, AJ Johnson. In 1st position, we'll go straight to 1st. Both in Auckland, both driving exceptionally well. Both in Logitech Virtual D1 liveries. The winner is Vaughan Cook. So Daniel Pullenberry takes out 2nd position for the first ever Logitech G Virtual D1 Drifting Championship. Pretty cool, Dante. Epic driving, epic lineup. So the boys are going to go celebrate by doing some victory skids. I can't give them the trophies because we haven't quite got that far to walk Launchmaster Willie down there to do it.
Very cool event for its maiden event, VD1.
Hey, look, he's doing a Kurt Blackie.
Oh, we've got a wall burnout.
Oh dear, the drone operator's just going NATO.
At least we don't have to worry about track damage.
Yeah, look, Epic, we've got to take the time to thank all of our partners, Monster Energy, Schmickmick, Ting Tools, GT Radial, Mimico for supplying all the gear at the grand finale, which we're doing right now. Look, this guy's doing a Darren Kelly straight out of the pits like he did at Drift GP. We're not going to see it though because the drone operator's going nuts. Link ECU, if you need an ECU in any of your vehicles, they've got everything all the way through to rally, drift, circuit, boats, you name it. The team at Link ECU, and of course Logitech G for supplying all the prizes. Oh, look, no way. The winner of the day is the burnouts from the start line. Thanks to Bodie and Donnie D. Donnie from Bodie Motorsport. Epic results here. Of course, our official media partner, Oversteer TV, New Zealand Performance Car. You'll catch us on Sky Sport and Fox Sport and KO in 2 weeks' time. And our supporting partners, Cora Fuel Cards, Smart Steel Building Solutions, CRC G-Shock. Don't forget, get your tickets within the next week of D1NZ, and next Friday we'll be drawing out a G-Shock winner. KT Trailers, Burger Fuel, ILT, Trust Tire Outfitting, and our tyres. Not that they're getting cooked tonight. GT Radial, Good Ride Tyres, Trias and Linglong. Dante, thank you so much for joining me for this maiden voyage, and Warren, you're in trouble for ditching. But we hope that you guys all enjoyed the
I was happy to follow
of this one. And yes, it is Vaughan Cook who banks the points. That'll come out later. Why is there a bath on the track? I do not know. It's all gone haywire here at Pukekohe Park Raceway for the first ever round. We'll wrap it up there. Vaughan Cook gets those points to get ever so closer to a real life drive in the Scholarship GT86. Dante, thanks for joining me. Thanks everybody at home for joining us on the live stream. And Kenny, we'll catch you guys at Bay Park in 2 weeks' time. Get your tickets on D1NZ.com. Bye for now.